Qin Xiang took out the fire dragon sword, and after he injected it into the innate qi, it suddenly released a burst of flame, causing the air to surge with flames. The red fire was like a dragon, revolving around the sword blade, and a weak holy fire qi leaked out, causing everyone to tremble. Qin Xiang took out the fire dragon sword, and after he injected it into the innate qi, it suddenly released a burst of flame, causing the air to surge with flames. The red fire was like a dragon, revolving around the sword blade, and a weak holy fire qi leaked out, causing everyone to tremble. Cultivating sacred flame was not easy, but the fire dragon sword could absorb other flames and turn them into sacred fire. This made the value of the fire dragon sword even higher, and even the sacred swords that were here today would lose their L.U.S. turn front of the fire dragon sword. It was a good sword, but it was not suitable for Mu Qianxiang. Furthermore, it would bring her a lot of trouble. It was Qin Xiang who wished for him to become immortal king, so he could fight for the holy sword. However, many immortal kings and immortal monarchs wished for him to become a little weaker, so he could compete with Qin Xiang in sword skills and win this fire dragon sword. I am only a cultivator of the late period of human immortal, and the range I can accept is below the immortal monarch. Therefore, people with strength above the immortal monarch don't bully me anymore. Qin Xiang laughed, causing everyone to start cursing in their hearts, because they had just witnessed him killing Ding Xingyao, who claimed that he was invincible under the immortal monarch with a single punch. Below immortal monarch who could be his match. This guy really has a lot of good stuff. He already has a green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and that mysterious dagger is also very powerful. Now he also has a fire dragon sword, and 2 of those 7 dragons' sword are in his hands. Lu Meng'er said softly as she glanced at Xue Xianxian. Xue Xianxian laughed tenderly. If I have yet to become immortal monarch, maybe I will go up and fight with him. I wonder who will fight him. The heaven-earth killing method that he has grasped is extremely powerful. That punch just now was able to broaden one's horizons. No wonder the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was able to suppress multiple experts with his own strength back then. Lu Zhongyu said, there would definitely be someone who would go up, because after defeating Qin Xiang, one could obtain the fire dragon sword. Someone who dared to go up would definitely have extraordinary abilities. Dai Yongqing stared at the fire dragon sword. Although he had a divine sword, it did not hinder him from liking it. Looking at his eyes, it was as though he wanted to S-N-A-T-C-H it away. Fine, you can come up and wait for others to challenge you. Let me explain this here. The person who comes up to challenge you must at least have a middle-rank immortal sword, or else don't come up and waste their strength. Dai Yongqing made a gesture and asked Qin Xiang to jump onto the wide sword discourse arena. There was a barrier installed on the barrier, so even if there was a fierce battle in the arena, it would not cause any serious damage. Allow me, someone shouted from below the stage. He had already jumped up, afraid that someone else would beat him to it. Xiang Wencheng, please advise me. The one who came up was a tall, square-faced man. He held a broadsword that was as wide as his palm. It looked thick and heavy and very heavy. The blade of the sword was very sharp, emitting a cold aura. It was a high-grade immortal sword. The immortal monarch did not even have a cultivation, yet he already had a high-grade immortal sword, showing just how extraordinary Xiang Wencheng was. Qin Xiang, Chen Xiang politely replied. He was secretly disappointed in his heart, because this sword was not suitable for Mu Qianxiang. Mu Qianxiang had said before that she liked those kind of swords that looked delicate, and it would be best if it was plain and simple. Fire Dragon's sword could not do it. As long as he infused it with energy, it would emit dragon fire that shot out in all directions. It was extremely tyrannical, and on the sword blade and sword hilt there were many carvings of spirit grain, forming a picture of a soaring dragon. Be careful, this guy has a bunch of crazy innate qi. That's why he can use this kind of great sword. Looks like he cultivates in the thunder power. Long Shui said. Dai Yongqing walked over, and told the two of them to stand further apart so that they could take their proper positions. Be careful. Blades and swords have no eyes, and there is no deep hatred between them. If there is any injury or death, it is your own business. Dai Yongqing said in a serious tone. Qin Xiang and Xiang Wencheng both nodded. Begin. Dai Yongqing shouted and quickly retreated. Dai Yongqing's begin still echoed in the huge venue, but the sword images already appeared on top of the sword discourse arena. The fire dragon sword in Qin Xiang's hand emitted a bright light, quickly danced in Qin Xiang's hands, and set off bursts of fire waves. When the sword was pierced, it was like a fire dragon charging into a fist, releasing an angry dragon cry. It was only the beginning, but the attack was already extremely fierce, causing Xiang Wencheng to retreat step by step. Although the great sword in Xiang Wenqing's hand was not as powerful as the fire dragon swords, but it contained a berserk power that he poured into it. When SLAs, H.I., plussing the sword and piercing the sword, thunder and lightning flashed, lightning strikes burst out, and explosions occurred one after another, continuously shaking the entire auction place. The sound wave shook everyone's heart, causing the ground to shake. You didn't do your best, right? Xiang Wencheng suddenly said, his eyebrows knitted together, causing him to feel extremely unhappy. He felt that Qin Xiang was giving in to him. No, I just want to see how your sword is like. I don't want to damage it. The thunder power Xiang Wencheng used was indeed very arrogant. Compared to the other worldly immortals under the immortal monarch, it could be considered to be the stronger one. However, Qin Xiang, who possessed an unrivaled divine art, cultivated it in a completely different way from others. Furthermore, when he cultivated it, he worked extremely hard, which was equivalent to several times that of others. If you don't show me your true abilities, you won't be able to defeat me. With your current state, at most you'll be able to tie with me. Xiang Wencheng was furious. He suddenly roared out, and the muscles on his upper body suddenly swelled, expanding and ripping apart his clothes, causing the veins on his body to bulge out, and he could clearly see the electric currents flowing within. Qin Xiang frowned as he looked at Xiang Wencheng. He could clearly feel that Xiang Wencheng's strength was continuing to soar. The originally silver-white electric current suddenly turned blood-red after Xiang Wencheng let out a deep roar. Xiang Wencheng's eyes had also turned extremely red. The blood veins in his eyes had turned into red electric current, flickering and jumping, causing others to feel that he was sinister and terrifying, like a berserk demon. This should be the berserker, Thunder Blood Art. This person should be a disciple of Mo Tian's berserker, Thunder Mountain. I never thought that after so many years, he would still be able to see this berserker, Thunder Blood Art. Bai Yu lamented, just be a little more serious, otherwise it'll be a little tricky. After Xiang Wencheng executed his cultivation, he became a little taller, and his body also became a bit stronger. He looked even more powerful, especially his terrifying metal-like muscles, which made people's scalps go numb. Come. Xiang Wencheng's voice was as Hoa, R.S.E. as a roar, holding the great sword with both hands. He injected a large amount of innate qi, causing the great sword blood to flash wildly. Red lightning constantly flash. H.I. plussing out, and through the barrier, one could feel the incomparably berserk qi, causing one to feel a sense of suffocation. Facing a devil cultivator who had become so berserk, Qin Xiang was actually very calm, and instead a little excited. Facing a devil cultivator who had become so berserk, Qin Xiang was actually very calm, and instead a little excited. Teacher, can my brother beat this guy? How terrifying! Mu Qianxiang watched the ferocious and fearsome Xiang Wencheng from behind Flower Emperor, and was a little worried for her. That person came from Mo Tian, and used the Thunder Demon possession from the Berserk Thunder Blood Art. That's why he became like that, and your brother is famous for using the devil-suppressing holy power, so you don't need to worry. This way, it would be even easier for him. The Flower Emperor caressed Mu Qianxiang's hair and laughed softly. It could be seen that she liked her new disciple a lot. Does this fellow not know that my husband is the easiest to deal with fiendish demons? Xue Xianxian shook his head. There was no suspense anymore. Humph! Xiang Wenchang heard the discussions of the crowd and knew that he was courting death, so he snorted in disdain. The originally relaxed Qin Xiang's face suddenly became serious. He felt that something was amiss. This Xiang Wencheng was not that simple. What's that? Just now, he had sensed that there was another kind of terrifying power within Xiang Wencheng's body. Just as Qin Xiang was startled, a red light flashed from Xiang Wencheng's body, unexpectedly turning into numerous lightning bolts, striking him from all directions. Such a big person had just vanished into thin air. Moreover, it had turned into many streaks of lightning. It was unbelievable. In this instant, the faces of the higher-ups of the powers who thought that Chan Xiang could win for sure turned solemn, because they had all thought of something. In the instant that the 10 blood-red streaks of lightning flashed, they had already struck his body, bombarding his 4 limbs and a few vital spots on his body, and all hit, and had even exploded on Chen Xiang's body. After the violent thunder attack, there was still a red lightning that enveloped the sword discourse arena. Especially above it, it was extremely dense. Black smoke came out of Chen Xiang's body. His expression was somewhat ugly, some of the tiny red electric currents flowing around his body. He stood there, his body twitching slightly, as though he was being struck by the remnant thunder power. The waves of red lightning suddenly merged together, and Xiang Wencheng appeared again. Furthermore, right above his head, he held onto his sword with both of his hands, and like lightning he descended from the sky. He slashed down towards Qin Xiang. This came very suddenly. Many people did not expect Xiang Wencheng to turn into lightning. It was their first time seeing it. They had never even heard of it before. That terrifying electric current was flowing through Chen Xiang's body. He was unable to move. He could not let that sword slash on his body, or else his profound Wu diamond armor would appear. I can only use that one. Qin Xiang clenched his teeth and thought. Spatial barrier appear. The location of the big blood lightning sword slash was on Qin Xiang's shoulder. It seemed that Xiang Wencheng had shown mercy, and only intended to cut off Qin Xiang's arm that was holding the sword. Seeing that he was about to defeat Qin Xiang, Xiang Wencheng became extremely excited, and his strength became even more violent. The anxious Mu Qianxiang suddenly closed his eyes and did not dare look. Just at that moment, Xiang Wencheng's expression froze, because when his sword touched Qin Xiang's shoulder, he did not chop off his entire arm, but instead directly went through Qin Xiang's arm. It was as if his arm was air and the arm did not get cut off. This was simply too strange. Qin Xiang was actually fine. I have gathered enough strength. Form, displacement, transposition. Chen Xiang suddenly disappeared and arrived at the side of the sword discourse arena. At the same time, he channeled his devouring magic kung fu and devoured the violent thunder power that had entered his body. Xue Xianxian and Lu Menger had also been sweating on Chen Xiang's behalf, and now they both secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Menger wasn't really that worried, because she knew that Qin Xiang had profound wood diamond armor as protecting him. That's not the thunder power of the devil Dao, Qin Xiang said, and the red electric wire coiling around his body had already disappeared. That's right, that is just a cover. The cultivation technique I cultivate is similar to the berserker, thunder blood demon art, but it is completely not. I am not a devil cultivator. Lightning once again emerged from Xiang Wencheng's body. Even though Chen Xiang had dodged that strike, he was still filled with confidence. He should be the descendant of the Thunder Sovereign, the Thunder Sovereign of the 9 Emperors and 5 Venerables. Her voice was very soft, but it floated in front of Chen Xiang's ears, as if she had purposely told him about Xiang Wencheng's origins. Xiang Wencheng laughed loudly. That's right, I am from the Heavenly Thunder domain, and we also have divine weapons in the Heavenly Thunder region. However, I am not qualified enough to obtain them, so I can only try my luck. Qin Xiang, I must defeat you today." The lightning on his arms flashed and struck out fled thunder. The great sword in his hand flew out of his hands and straight towards Qin Xiang. At the same time, Xiang Wenqing turned into numerous red lightning bolts and attacked Qin Xiang like last time. It's not that easy. Qin Xiang stomped his feet, and a taiji diagram suddenly appeared beneath his feet. This black and white taiji diagram was spinning extremely quickly. The white dragon, black dragon, was flying and howling beside the diagram. The moment the Tai Chi dragon formation appeared, the lightning that was originally going to hit his body immediately went into the ground and was completely absorbed by the Tai Chi dragon formation. It really is the Tai Chi dragon formation. It seems like this kid has met quite a powerful opponent. Ji Weiquan had already returned. Looking at his expression, one could tell that he had obtained pretty good results. He was Huang Jintian's eldest disciple and also understood the Taiji dragon suppressed kung fu. After that, Qin Xiang started to scream again, releasing a sharp and ear-piercing sound, causing the red electric light to gradually weaken. What kind of contribution is this? The sound is so unpleasant to listen to. It's so unbearable. It feels so bad. It's the sound kill magic power. I wonder how he obtained it. If it was an ordinary person being hit by such a sound, their body would have exploded. Dai Yongqing said in surprise, "I never thought that he also knows devil arts, and even this kind of rarely seen devil arts. This isn't a tie-in of swords at all. This is a contest of one's own mystical arts." Dai Yongqing shook his head helplessly. Qin Xiang unleashed the Tai Chi dragon formation, absorbed Xiang Wenqing's thunder power, and at the same time, used the sound kill magic power to shatter the gathered thunder power. "You won't be able to beat me like this." Suddenly, the red lightning bolt that was striking him turned into a person. Xiang Wenqing appeared and attacked him from the side. His muscles were no longer as terrifying. It seemed that the energy he had gathered had been weakened a lot by Qin Xiang, but the large sword in his hand still had a berserk thunder power on it. The attack was extremely fast, but when it came to Qin Xiang, it was like slow movement to him, and it was slowed down by a lot, while his killing heart began to throb inexplicably. The killing intent around his body started to surge out like ocean waves, enveloping the entire compet. Tying grounds. Qin Xiang suddenly felt a strange power coming out from the killing heart. What's going on? The mysterious soul inside the killing heart is moving. This was the first thought that came to Qin Xiang's mind. And for some reason, he actually lost control of his body, but the innate qi in his body started to circulate at a very fast speed. The speed was extremely fast. The innate qi turned into liquid, quickly circulated in his meridians, and also fiercely collided with them. What's going on? The mysterious soul inside the killing heart is moving. This was the first thought that came to Qin Xiang's mind, and for some reason he actually lost control of his body, but the innate qi in his body started to circulate at a very fast speed. The speed was extremely fast. The innate qi turned into liquid, quickly circulated in his meridians, and also fiercely collided with them. All of these things happened extremely quickly. In an instant, thousands and thousands of innate qi that were moving extremely fast collided together, but it did not cause any damage to Qin Xiang's body. Even though the collision happened in a very short period of time, it did not cause any damage to Qin Xiang's body. The fire dragon sword in Qin Xiang's hands were originally burning with fire, but now it had completely disappeared, and he actually did not pour any energy into the fire dragon sword, which was unimaginable. "It's going to stab me. Why can't I move?" Qin Xiang watched as the sword slowly stabbed over. Although in his eyes it became very slow, it was a kind of suffering, because the power Xiang Wenqing condensed into the sword was extremely strong, enough to heavily injure him, and yet he could do nothing. It moved. Qin Xiang felt his own body suddenly move, but he did not dodge, and instead turned to face the sword that was thrusting towards him. It was as if his body was being controlled by a force and could not be controlled at all. Seeing him turn to face the sword that was flying towards him at full speed, and the fire dragon sword in his hand did not gather any energy, everyone thought that he was courting death, but who knew that he would suddenly wave his sword again. Just that the fire dragon sword was not as hot as before. It could be said that it did not have any light at all, as though Qin Xiang had not injected any innate qi. The flow of the innate qi in Qin Xiang's body was extremely terrifying, as if a few strong warriors had already sensed it. So they frowned and thought about it, because with Qin Xiang's current level, he was still unable to control the innate qi to circulate at an extremely fast speed, and there were even many collisions. This was one way to stimulate the power of the innate qi, and there were all kinds of cultivation techniques, just like Qin Xiang's current state, which could only be carried out by those strong warriors. Boom! Qin Xiang felt the insides of his body suddenly collapse and explode. The innate qi that was flying at full speed suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, in the next moment, he felt that the fire dragon sword in his hands possessed a strange power. It was not innate qi, and he did not know what it was, but he knew that this strange and terrifying power was precisely what his body had just transformed into. Xiang Wencheng fiercely thrusted his sword over, but everyone only saw Qin Xiang gently wave his sword, and when the lackal U.S. fire dragon touched Xiang Wencheng's large sword, there was no sound at all and no air waves at all, because the instant Xiang Wencheng's large sword touched the fire dragon sword, all of the violent thunder power condensed and turned into flying ashes along with the large sword's body. Qin Xiang could move now, but he was startled because someone had controlled his body and unleashed that strange sword strike just now. And that sword strike was extremely terrifying in the eyes of many, especially in a sword master like Dai Yongcheng, who was a sword expert. He originally thought that he would not be able to see the brilliance of the sword compet. Tian, but he did not expect that Qin Xiang would suddenly unleash such a sword strike, which even he could not see through how it had happened. It looked very ordinary and natural, but its power was limitless. With a light wave, it disintegrated Xiang Wencheng's high-grade immortal sword into dust. Motherf ****. Qin Xiang secretly cursed in his heart, because Xiang Wencheng's great sword had been destroyed. That was a high-grade immortal sword, something that he could openly sell, but not now. Even Qin Xiang felt that sword attack was mysterious and unfathomable. Although he had personally experienced it, when he recalled it now, he did not have any clues nor knew how it was done. But he knew that it must have been done by the mysterious soul inside the killing Jiao Di heart. The killing Ji. Di heart was also a divine weapon. Back then, when the white tiger obtained a strange stone, after it took out the heavenly alchemy and the heaven-earth killing method, it had its people refine the stone into a killing Ji. Di heart. Inside the stone, there was a mysterious soul. Even the white tiger did not know whose soul it was. I'm not playing anymore, I lost. Xiang Wencheng heaved a long sigh, and his body returned to normal. He took out his clothes and put it on. His own immortal sword had been destroyed. What kind of fight was that? Furthermore, the other party had such a powerful fire dragon sword. Actually, Xiang Wencheng had already been frightened by Qin Xiang's sword strike just now. He could not imagine what would happen if that sword strike landed on his body. After Xiang Wencheng walked down the stage, he absorbed the sacred energy from the colorful sacred core to recover from the depletion. The colorful sacred core was placed in the ring, so he could absorb it through the ring. Because the ring was on his finger, it had become invisible. At this time, everyone was discussing the sword strike that Qin Xiang just used in a low voice. Even many immortal kings had gathered together to discuss it, because that sword strike was simply too powerful and many people present use swords. Qianxiang, do you know how that sword attack was formed? The Flower Emperor asked Mu Qianxiang softly, because Mu Qianxiang had the Sword Emperor's legacy. After Mu Qianxiang saw Qin Xiang's sword attack, he had been deep in thought the entire time. Only top swordsmen with extremely high attainments in the way of the sword could release it, and through the transformation process by the innate qi in their own body, they would also need sufficient killing intent to create this kind of power. A few things flowed out from Mu Qianxiang's mind. Only after she digested them did she come to this conclusion. My brother probably cultivated the heaven-earth killing method, so he already had the power to kill. That was why he could easily transform into sword force. However, he seems very inexperienced and seemed to be using it for the first time. It seems like he hasn't completely grasped it yet. Flower Emperor looked at Chun Xiang, who was seated cross-legged on the stage, and frowned. He did not seem to be unfamiliar and was extremely proficient in it. In that instant, the innate qi in his body had undergone rapid changes. When he brandished his sword, the innate qi instantly transformed into sword force and should be extremely familiar. If that's really the case, he would have used it long ago. He could easily take care of that big guy. Mu Qianxiang was also full of doubts. My brother really has a lot of secrets. He actually did not use the heaven-earth killing method to turn the tables. Instead, he used a very profound sword technique. This was the first time W.A. and Ji Weiquan found out about how strong Qin Xiang was in the way of the sword. Because Chan Xiang had green dragon, demon-slain broadsword-s, he gave others the impression that he did not use a sword. It should be sword force. Old Man Dai can use it. However, it will usually only be released during the mid to late immortal king stage. Moreover, it will take some time for him to prepare. However, he was quick to release it in an instant. Lu Zongyu said, Qin Xiang was not only recovering, he was also recalling that sword strike. That feeling made him remember the moment. He could not do it himself, but he had already reached that condition. No matter how Qin Xiang thought back to the process of that sword strike, he could not comprehend anything from it, which made him feel very uncomfortable. His body clearly had the conditions to execute such a powerful sword technique, but he was unable to do so. No matter how Chen Xiang thought back to the process of that sword strike, he could not comprehend anything from it, which made him feel very uncomfortable. His body clearly had the conditions to execute such a powerful sword technique, but he was unable to do so. In other words, his body still had a lot of hidden powers, but he hadn't been able to unleash them yet. Everyone was like this, and it was usually by chance that their potential would be revealed, but only for a brief moment. Qin Xiang appearing in this immortal sword conference caused this matter to quickly spread. Many people who were searching for information as a way to earn a living quickly spread this matter to the other immortal palaces. Qin Xiang had expected this, but he was not worried about this problem, because entering this auction would require a jade plate. With Dai Yongqing here, even the powerful big shots would not dare to barge in. Mistress, quite a few powerful figures have come to see you. They said that they want to meet you, and they all want to come in to take a look. A middle-aged man suddenly walked up to Dai Yongqing's side and whispered, "Humph, why didn't they come here before the divine sword conference began? They must have come here only now for some other reason." Dai Yongqing snorted and glanced at Qin Xiang. He must have come here because of Qin Xiang, especially after knowing that Chan Xiang had used the extremely terrifying heaven-earth killing method. He had killed him with a single punch, although it was impossible to obtain it. But after coming here, regardless of whether or not they could successfully obtain it, they would still give it a try. Let them in 100 million spar, 1 jade tablet. Moreover, they must promise me not to act recklessly in here. They must abide by the rules here. Otherwise, I will kill all of them. Dai Yongqing smiled slightly. After Qin Xiang heard this, he secretly looked down on the old man, because most of the people were aiming for him. But this Dai Yongqing took the chance to seek profit. Right now, no one dared to go up and challenge Qin Xiang, not to mention the people below Immortal Monarch. Even if it was someone who had just become Immortal Monarch, they would have to consider whether or not they could withstand the might of that sword strike. But only Chan Xiang himself knew that it would be very difficult for him to use that sword technique again in the future, because it could not be counted as his own. Not long after, a group of people came in, and upon hearing the news, a group of people came in. Although they were all unfamiliar faces, the power they belonged to, Qinxiang, was not unfamiliar at all. Fire Divine Palace, Devil Suppressing Divine Palace, Imperial Dragon Clan, and the others all wanted to be related to Qinxiang. There were all sorts of immortal king, immortal monarch as present, but they could only worry because they could not touch Qinxiang. Qinxiang sat on the sword discourse arena to rest, while Dai Yongcheng also stood on the stage. Although he was smiling, everyone knew that he was an extremely dangerous old fellow. The people who just entered all looked at Qinxiang fiercely. They quickly found out about what happened here, but they did not see that sword attack, so they did not think it was that powerful. Right now, Qinxiang was using a fire dragon sword. As long as they could defeat him, they could obtain a fire dragon sword. However, it was not easy to win, and the rules for the challenge was harsh. It had to be below Immortal Monarch and have a decent immortal sword, otherwise it would be seeking death. Because Qinxiang was on stage, the compet. 1. Tie-in for the sacred sword among the immortal kings was also postponed. At this moment, the entire venue was completely silent. After it was quiet for a while, someone suddenly said, "Could it be that the fire dragon sword's temptation is not great enough? Or is it that there are no strong pract?" 1. Teoniers here? In such a large 9 days, with so many powerful ancient forces, is it possible that there are no geniuses below Immortal Monarch? His words were full of ridicule, causing many people to feel extremely displeased. They all thought to themselves, "If you have the guts, go up!" The crowd turned to look at the person who spoke, only to see him slowly walking towards the sword discourse arena. The man's skin was somewhat dark, and there were some scars on his handsome face. He had oily long hair that fell straight down his back. He wore a black plaid robe. Although his face was somewhat dark, his hands were very white and slender. His fingernails were neatly trimmed and well maintained. This was a man who had just entered the auction house not long ago. He had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes carried a gentle smile as he looked at Qinxiang. Qinxiang frowned slightly, because this man gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling, making him feel as if he was being watched by a poisonous snake. Dai Yongcheng squinted his eyes and said, "Do you want to go up to challenge?" Qinxiang had already stood up. This mysterious man made him feel a sense of danger, and his strength was also beneath the Immortal Monarch. The man walked onto the stage and took out 2 swords, one black and one silver. The black sword was filled with an extremely threatening and evil power, while the silver sword was filled with a holy power that caused people to feel warmth. It's actually the Devil Slayer Holy Sword. Dai Yongqing opened his eyes as his expression became extremely serious. Good eyesight. I wonder if Palace Head Dai will be able to recognize this. The man brandished his pitch-black sword, Heavenly Evil Sword, the sword that Evil Emperor used before. It belongs to the holy level and is even more ancient than the Heaven Punies. H.I. plus ing Divine Sword. Dai Yongqing took a deep breath. The man laughed. That's right. I will use this sword to challenge Qinxiang. If I lose, the 2 swords will be his. There are very few people who use 2 swords, and even fewer who use 2 holy swords. Qinxiang asked, "What is the relations?" H.I. plus P between the Devil Slayer Holy Sword and the Devil Killing Summit? No, I'm from Xiatian. My name is Xiekong. Xiekong laughed. Have you never heard of it? Relax. I will soon be like you, whose name will shake the 9 heavens. It actually came from Xiatian. The evil emperor in the 9 Emperors and 5 Venerables was also a fierce character. And this Xiekong also had 2 such powerful swords, both top-grade sacred swords from the righteous and evil sects. The reason why the Heaven Punies H.I. plusing Divine Sword is in my hands is because one of the strong warriors in the Devil Killing Summit was defeated by my Xie clan. Xiekong said lightly, but his words were extremely shocking. The people who came out of Devil Killing Summit were all powerful people, let alone someone with a demon-slaying holy sword. They were actually killed by the Xie clan of Xie Tian. It could be seen how difficult it was to deal with this Xie Kong. No wonder he was so confident in himself. Xie Tian's Xie family should be from that evil sword palace, right? Dai Yongqing said, "The evil sword palace no longer exists. There's only the Xie clan now." Xie Kong said he waved the two swords in his hand and said, "You can begin now, right?" After knowing the origins of Xie Kong, Qin Xiang felt a lot of pressure. If he was familiar with using that sword technique, he might be able to defeat Xie Kong easily. After knowing the origins of Xie Kong, Qin Xiang felt a lot of pressure. If he was familiar with using that sword technique, he might be able to defeat Xie Kong easily. I wonder if the devil-suppressing holy power is effective against this Xie Tian fellow. Qin Xiang thought. Taking a few steps back, he stood his ground. This guy can use the demon-slaying holy sword and the heavenly evil sword at the same time, which means that he can control the power of righteousness. Usually only Divine Devil Cult and the others can do that. Could it be that this guy is from Divine Devil Cult? Long Shui said. When Chen Xiang came to the Heaven Realm, he asked around about the affairs of the Divine Devil Cult. However, very few people knew that the Divine Devil Cult was very low-key and did not make any big movements, unlike what happened in Ditian. Can I not use the sword, but if I win, I can still obtain the Fire Dragon Sword? Just as it was about to begin, Qin Xiang suddenly said, this was because he was not good at using the sword, while his opponent was a sword expert. This would cause him to be at a disadvantage, especially when it was a person who used two swords. You don't use the sword. Are you going to use the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword? Deep in his heart, he also wanted to see the green dragon slaughtering knife at a close distance. Xie Kong said, if I use green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, I will give up the challenge. I don't use green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Qin Xiang said, he had already said that he could not use his divine weapon. He didn't need the fire dragon sword. He didn't need the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Did he have to use that dagger? No one knew what Qin Xiang was thinking, because Qin Xiang swordsman's HI plus P was extraordinary to the point where he had to give up on using swords. Qin Xiang took out the black hammer, the hammer of God. It was not as gorgeous as the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, nor as full of runes, but it was extremely dysprosium. At the same time, it was also as heavy as the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and might even be a lot heavier than the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Qin Xiang felt that even if he used this hammer and green dragon demon-slain broadsword, he would be able to release his berserk power. On the other hand, using the slender fire dragon sword would be restricted by a lot of restrictions. This hammer. Are you sure you want to use this hammer? Asked in shock. Legend said that Qin Xiang had used hammers to cause trouble in the past, but most people believed that he was very strong, which was why he was able to make the hammer look powerful. That's right. Qin Xiang was elated, because he did not know that this was the hammer of God. He felt that even if it was Lu Zongyu or Song Ying, the disciples of the divine craftsman, they might not be able to recognize it. Are you looking down on me? Although Xie Kang's voice was very gentle, it carried a hint of anger. No, what Qin Xiang said was the truth, and because he felt that Xie Kong was very strong, he decided to use his divine hammer. Xie Kong did not believe him and snorted. Whatever you want, since you have lost, then you must hand over the fire dragon sword. My Xie clan has 18 holy swords, but we do not have any 7 dragon sword. I will take your fire dragon sword for sure. If you have the ability, then come and get it. Qin Xiang laughed, but in Xie Kang's eyes it was taunting him. Seeing the two's high fighting spirit, Dai Yongqing did not say much and shouted, begin! Xie Kong was the first to attack, but he was puzzled by it. Qin Xiang did not attack, but he did not care too much about it because right now he had to first see how strong Qin Xiang was. Although he knew that Qin Xiang was very strong, He did not personally experience it. The hammer Qin Xiang was holding was not good at attacking. He only planned to defend and attack at the same time. At the same time, he wanted to figure out the opponent's strength, find out the opponent's weakness, and then launch a berserk attack. The black swords pierced over, as though two rays of light pa-s. Seeing by Qin Xiang's eyes, they were as fast as rainbows, and what surprised Qin Xiang was that Xie Kong was able to control the two types of power, the black heavenly evil sword with extremely dense evil qi, the black smoke rising, the silver devil-slaying holy sword released a large amount of holy light, the sword qi going up and down, piercing through the air. Qin Xiang's left hand immediately flashed with a white light. Like a white tiger's paw, he grabbed onto the heavenly evil sword that was stabbing towards his dantian. He swung the ji, delay hammer in his right hand, striking towards the devil-slaying holy sword. Dong! With a crisp sound, it shook the heaven punies. Plussing divine, soared to the point that it started to tremble. Xie Kang's sword-wielding hand was struck away by the force of the impact. All of this was within Qin Xiang's expectations. Xie Kang did not expect that Qin Xiang's black hammer would have such a heavy power. So now that the door was exposed, Qin Xiang threw out a kick that kicked towards Xie Kang's dantian. With a dragon's roar, Qin Xiang's leg was like a dragon's head, and that berserk dragon power smashed out violently from Qin Xiang's thigh. Boom! Xie Kang was kicked right into the middle of the air by Qin Xiang and was forced several steps back. However, it looked like he was fine. Even though Qin Xiang was not the strongest, he had still used 70 to 80% of his strength, and people of the same realm were actually safe and sound. Earlier, Qin Xiang had already felt that there was something powerful protecting Xie Kang's body, which was why he did not get kicked. It could be seen that the protective item was extremely terrifying. As expected, it is not a simple item. Xie Kang already knew how terrifying the hammer in Qin Xiang's hand was. The thing on your body is also very powerful. Qin Xiang suddenly dodged and actually started to attack. Originally, he planned to battle with Xie Kang bit by bit, but now he knew that Xie Kang had a powerful protective treasure on him. If he did not attack ferociously, it would be difficult to break through his defense. As the black hammer swept across, the impact it brought caused the SPAC to distort slightly. Xie Kang did not notice that Qin Xiang had arrived so quickly and how hard it was to sense his movement trajectory. But he had fought through many battles, and his reaction was very sharp. Using his own intuition, he determined where Qin Xiang was, and then used the two swords in his hands to stab forward. When Xie Kang's swords pierced out, it looked like they had fused together. He was actually able to fuse the two forces together. Just that at the moment they fused together, something black exploded out, causing the bright hall to become dark. Rumble. The black hammer that Qin Xiang swept towards him and the sword that Xie Kang thrusted at him made people feel as if the world was about to collapse. A very large aura surged out from the barrier, causing the entire venue to shake violently. Use your heaven-earth killing method. Xie Kang gained the upper hand with that sword strike and was knocked far, far away by Qin Xiang. What terrifying power! Qin Xiang exclaimed in his heart. His eyes suddenly changed and became extremely sharp. He could only feel that there were many bright stars in the sky, and beneath his feet were mountains, rivers, seas, and divine scents sea within his spirit sea. A murderous aura suddenly burst forth from his body like raging waves and stormed in all four directions, causing people to feel as if they were in the deepest parts of a battlefield filled with thousands of men and horses. Heaven-earth killing method. Anyone could tell, and it was different from the fist Qin Xiang used to kill Ding Xingyao before, so it was obvious that it was much more powerful this time. Unknowingly, the innate qi in Qin Xiang's body seemed to have merged with the world as he circulated his cultivation, mimicking the circulation of all living things in the world. Let's go! After Qin Xiang activated triple murder, he attacked ferociously once again. Feeling a vast pressure pressing down on him, Xie Kang knew that Qin Xiang had taken action. This was the first time he had fought against a person who had used a heaven-earth killing method, and he was already somewhat regretful. Feeling a vast pressure pressing down on him, Xie Kong knew that Chen Xiang had taken action. This was the first time he had fought against a person who had used a heaven-earth killing method, and he was already somewhat regretful, because the feeling Chen Xiang gave people right now was as if he was a terrifying being formed from all the killing intent between heaven and earth. Chen Xiang used the power of the spatial laws to move, and like a ghost he moved through SPAC in the blink of an eye, arriving behind Xie Kong. Xie Kang's perception was extremely sharp, and after detecting it he immediately turned around. Boom! The delay hammer that Chen Xiang held in his hands smashed down quickly and ruthlessly. In that instant, it made people feel as if the sky was pressing down. The momentum was terrifying. The divine hammer did not land on Xie Kang's body, but it released an extremely strong vibrating power, causing the entire divine sword palace to shake as well. Again, Chen Xiang smashed his hammer down again. Xie Kong, whose blood was already roiling, had not even had the time to adjust the roiling blood in his body. He was hit right on the head by the delay hammer again, and a large portion of the power that could shatter the earth was gathered on his body. Even though he had a powerful protective divine armor, it was very difficult for him to withstand such a powerful shockwave. You wanted to see the heaven-earth killing method. Chen Xiang now did the same as if he was forging SMAs. Plussing down with each hammer. Everyone watched dumbfoundedly. Standing outside the sword discourse arena, they could feel as if their hearts were being struck, let alone that Xie Kong. The killing intent on Chen Xiang's body did not decrease as the killing heart danced faster and faster. Every jump, it would cause a wave of killing intent to surge out from Chen Xiang's body, causing the entire venue to be covered in this killing intent that could cover the sky. This level of killing intent is definitely not something he has ACCU, mulat through killing. Just what is going on here? Flower Emperor frowned as he thought. What was strong was not only Chen Xiang's heaven-earth killing method, but also that divine hammer. That divine hammer was extremely heavy, and even if Chen Xiang continuously smashed on it, he could feel that his arm was a little numb. The stellar splitting tremor. Time to end it. An illusory image of a raging sea suddenly appeared behind Chen Xiang. The kind of natural aura accompanied by the murderous aura from Chen Xiang's body made people feel fear. With the disappearance of the sea, the killing intent around Chen Xiang grew even stronger. Wait, hold on. Xie Kong had already deeply experienced the terror of heaven-earth killing method. Too late. When Chen Xiang's hammer smashed down, the image of a vast ocean of stars suddenly appeared above him. The divine hammer landed on Xie Kang's body, and the power smashed onto Xie Kang's body. With an explosive boom, dust billowed and pieces of rubble flew out. The entire venue shook crazily as cracks appeared on the ground. This BASTARD, Dai Yongqing cursed in his heart and immediately sent a sound transmission to the surrounding elders to stabilize the area. He did not expect that the power of Chen Xiang's hammer, when gathered together, was so terrifying it could penetrate the barrier and enter deep into the ground. Several deep cracks appeared on the stage, and it was the same for the venue. Everyone lowered their heads to look at the crack that was more than a foot wide, and couldn't help but feel chills down their spine, because it was pitch black below them. They couldn't even see the bottom, showing just how deep Chen Xiang's hammer had penetrated. Xie Kong did not die. After everyone calmed down, they looked towards the sword discourse arena. They thought that Xie Kong had become a pair of minced meat, but he was still lying there unharmed, but his expression was ugly, with blood at the corner of his mouth. His clothes were tattered, and his neat long hair was a mess. Xie Kang's hands were still holding onto the two holy swords, but they were trembling nonstop. The cloth on his arms had already been torn apart while he was blocking, and at the moment his arms were covered with shocking cracks. On the cracked arms, flesh and bones could be seen. However, everyone was still impressed by him because he did not die. Qin Xiang picked up his 2 swords and said, "This belongs to me." Xie Kong did not speak. He slightly nodded his head. He no longer had the power to continue fighting. Qin Xiang smiled slightly and let out a sigh. Then he walked down the stage, came next to Mu Qianxiang, and handed the Devil Slayer, holy sword, over to him. "Take this well, don't lose it." Qin Xiang had only decided to give it to Mu Qianxiang after some deep thought. This was because this sword had been in the Xie clan's hands for a long time, and had not been taken back yet. It could be seen that Devil-Killing Summit did not plan to take this sword anymore. "Thank you, brother." Mu Qianxiang took it and said happily. Mu Qianxiang was Qin Xiang's recognized sister, so it was natural for him to give Qin Xiang a holy sword. However, it made many people's eyes hot on her. Of course, everyone knew that Mu Qianxiang was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, the Sword Divine Palace would not have gone all out just for her. What they did not know was that Mu Qianxiang had helped Qin Xiang a lot, and Qin Xiang felt that giving her the holy sword could only barely repay her. Xie Kong was carried away. He was not here alone. The Sword Discourse Arena had already been destroyed, and Qin Xiang's goal of coming here had already been achieved. He secretly bid his farewells to Lu Menger and Xue Xianxian, and then bid his farewells to W.A. and Ji Weiquan. "You just left." Dai Yongqing felt that it was not worth it. His entire venue had been destroyed, and Qin Xiang had even earned 2 holy swords. Could it be that there is a rule that states that I am not allowed to leave? Qin Xiang laughed. "All right, but you have to be careful. That heavenly evil sword is something from the evil emperor, and there are a lot of powers watching over it from above." Dai Yongqing kindly warned. Qin Xiang walked out of the divine sword palace quickly and turned into a cloud of smoke at the corner, floating away with the wind. At that time he saw a lot of people rush, plussing over. All of them were from the big powers. He did not immediately leave the divine sword immortal palace, but chose to stroll around to see if anyone had left a secret mark on him. Qin Xiang squatted under the high wall beside the immortal palace's gate. Normally, the place would have left his secret mark, so he told Long Xue to check on it since he had already revealed himself. So if his friends wanted to contact him, they would definitely rush over. A middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat walked over. Seeing the beard on his chin, Qin Xiang immediately knew that it was Duan Ming. "Now that you have obtained a divine sword, don't you want to invite me to eat and drink?" Qin Xiang asked. "Your harvest was not bad, and I even helped you a bit. I think we should forget about it." Duan Ming smiled and sat beside Qin Xiang, leaning on the high wall that surrounded the immortal palace, and asked, "What are you doing here, waiting for someone?" "No, it's just a habit. I want to see if some of my old friends will leave a secret note for me to look for them." Qin Xiang said, "Don't you feel like holding that heavenly evil sword with your hands?" Duan Ming asked, "I feel like I'm going to kill the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, let alone this one." Qin Xiang saw Duan Ming asking that and said, "If you want, exchange it with the divine sword." Using the immortal sword to exchange for a holy sword. Only a mentally ill person would use it. Originally, Qin Xiang was only joking around, but who would have known that Duan Ming said seriously, "All right, don't regret it." Using the immortal sword to exchange for a holy sword. Only a mentally ill person would use it. Originally, Qin Xiang was only joking around, but who would have known that Duan Ming said seriously, "All right, don't regret it." Qin Xiang immediately realized that the heavenly evil sword was not simple. If not, Duan Ming would not be like this. What value does that heavenly evil sword have for you to use your divine sword in exchange? Qin Xiang asked seriously. Think about it. Who used this heavenly evil sword before? Duan Ming laughed. Evil Emperor is a very powerful fellow. Even though his name is Evil Emperor, he isn't evil in the slightest. He is the second most mysterious fellow among the 9 emperors. The first mysterious person was the Dan Emperor, and then this evil emperor. I'm not afraid to tell you that, back then, evil emperor had a very good relations. H.I. plus P with 10 heavens supreme lord. But on the surface, the two of them often fought each other to death, and there was an irreconcilable enmity between the two of them. Duanming sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang, revealing some secret information that few people knew. Then, what's the value of this heavenly evil sword? It's comparable to A.G. Delay sword. That G. Delay sword is something the Sword Emperor used before. Qin Xiang did not understand. You should know the whereabouts of the Sword Emperor. He made a trip to the sacred beast's ancient realm with the Dan Emperor and even left a heaven pellet for that wild girl. That heaven pellet was an inheritance he left behind. But no one knew about the legacy of the evil emperor until now. Duanming said. Qin Xiang said in disbelief, "How do you know?" Duanming laughed. This is what the Xie clan's people said. When you were competing with Xie Kong, I was listening in on the conversations between the Xie clan higher-ups. Although the heavenly evil sword and the heaven punies, H.I. plus in divine sword have been lost, the higher-ups of the Xie family did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Instead, they were very happy. Hearing this, Qin Xiang immediately felt that something was amiss. If what Duanming said was true, then wouldn't he have fallen into the Xie clan's trap? Now he understood why Xie Kong had willingly given him the 2 swords when he lost without a trace of heartache. Let's go and talk somewhere else. Qin Xiang did not realize that there was a secret record here. Duanming nodded his head. Come with me. You have been followed. Moreover, the other party's methods are very clever. Even I almost did not notice it. Both Qin Xiang and Long Shui found it hard to believe that they were actually being followed because they had a lot of experience in anti-tracking and had never realized it. Your ability to conceal yourself is already pretty good when compared to your current cultivation level. This is all because of that heavenly evil sword, which is why it exposed you. As long as you bring it along with you, they will easily know where you are. Duanming said. Qin Xiang scolded in his heart, then followed Duanming out of the immortal palace and into the wilderness. What was the purpose of the heavenly evil sword they gave it to me? Qin Xiang was very confused. To let you find the secrets hidden in the heavenly evil sword and bring them to find the things left behind in the evil emperor. It should have been planned by the combined efforts of Xie Tian and the others. Duanming replied, They used sound transmission to communicate, preventing others from eavesdropping. After I find them, they'll kill me. That way, I'll be able to get back that heavenly evil sword and the things on my body. It's worth killing each other. Qin Xiang sneered, but still didn't quite understand. Why do they think I can find that place? It's because you have Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword. To go to that place, you can only go if you have Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword. Back in the days, Evil Emperor and some friends of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord created many secret places, and they all needed Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword as keys to open some doors. Duanming said, So even I can't enter those places without the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword, nodded. Back then, at the bottom of Yu Ming Deep Abyss, he also needed Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword in order to enter that core. What else did you eavesdrop on? Did they say where number 1 was? Qin Xiang asked, When you solve the secrets of the heavenly evil sword by yourself, they will go with you. When that time comes, they will bring a group of people to capture you, and when that time comes, the heaven punies. H.I. plus Ing Divine Sword and the heavenly evil sword will be able to return. However, they did not expect you to be so generous as to give the devil-slaying holy sword to the wild girl. Duanming laughed. Then let's just go with the plan. Break the heavenly evil sword's secret now, and look for the things left behind by the evil emperor. With the heaven punies, H.I. plus Ing Divine Sword in Lil Xiang's hands, he wouldn't harm her, right? Qin Xiang was a little worried. To be honest, if I hadn't taken action against that sword divine palace lord back then, she would have been able to handle it easily. But that woman didn't expect me to appear, so she gave me an advantage by using the Go delay sword. Duan Ming laughed complacently. Chun Xiang snorted. This Duan Ming had indeed benefited greatly. Even back in his generation, the divine sword was extremely rare. He could obtain one the moment he came out. This is all the work of that wild girl. I will repay her in the future. Duan Ming looked at the jealous Qin Xiang and said unhappily, You have obtained so many powerful things. Don't tell me you're not allowing me to obtain a divine sword. Isn't it too easy for you to obtain the divine sword? Those things I obtained were things that I fought for with great difficulty. Qin Xiang was indeed jealous of Duan Ming. He, who let my luck be so good, take out that heavenly evil sword and let me take a look. Quickly find the thing that the evil emperor left behind. I want to see what he left for you. Duan Ming laughed. Don't worry. You have the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Since you have obtained the inheritance of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, I will not steal your things. Chun Xiang took out the heavenly evil sword, and after he obtained it, he did not take a careful look at it either. Right now, his own divine power was seeping into it, and he quickly discovered that there was something inside, and a few fragmented images appeared in his mind. An old man wearing a black robe checked Siak Kang's injuries as he said, The Heaven Punies. H.I. Plussing divine sword is in that girl's hands. It has been confirmed that the girl received the Dan Emperor's inheritance, and that when Chun Xiang appeared in the night, devil H.E.L.L., she was accompanied by that girl. She should have come from the Forbidden Grounds. Even Dragon Emperor and those other fellows were not his match. So Ding Wuzhong was also severely injured by him. If he was by Chun Xiang's side, it would be troublesome. That's not scary. Qin Xiang got the heavenly evil sword. If he found out the secret inside, and found out that it was a map left behind by the evil emperor, he would definitely go there alone. No one would want to share a piece with others. The old man laughed coldly. As long as we can capture him alive, we can use the soul-absorbing devil spell to search his memories. Although it is only the broken soul-absorbing devil spell, it is enough to deal with him. Chun Xiang's memories were such huge treasures. Seeing Chun Xiang suddenly stop, Duan Ming knew that Qin Xiang had made a huge discovery and was waiting quietly at the side. Seeing Chun Xiang suddenly stop, Duan Ming knew that Qin Xiang had made a huge discovery and was waiting quietly at the side. Regarding Duan Ming, Qin Xiang had interacted with him for a period of time. Duan Ming was already a strong person. If they wanted to take him down, they could already do so. Seeing Qin Xiang open his eyes, Duan Ming anxiously asked, Found it? Qin Xiang nodded his head. There are a lot of messy information inside. I need to find the correct ones to combine them, and only then will I be able to find the destination. Looks like this will take a very long time. No wonder that old fellow from the Siak clan plans on using it for a few decades. Duan Ming said, No need, I've already pieced it together. Qin Xiang laughed. Where? Duan Ming asked in shock. I'm afraid that we have to make a trip to Long Tian's place. Evil Emperor actually hid the East Hidden Province in Long Tian's place. Qin Xiang felt that this was a little tricky. If Evil Emperor really had something in Long Tian, there was no way he wouldn't know. I heard that the Imperial Feather Race is currently also in Long Tian, but as a whole, the Imperial Dragon Clan is powerful, so the Imperial Dragon Clan is controlled by Long Tian. Seeing Duan Ming's solemn face, Qin Xiang said, You're so strong. What else do you have to be afraid of? Although I am strong, that does not mean that I am invincible. The strongest guy in the Imperial Dragon Clan is not the holy dragon that calls himself Dragon Emperor. But the dragon's lifespan is very long. Who knows if there are any stronger dragons in the Imperial Dragon Clan? Duan Ming shook her head. If I step onto Long Tian, there will be some danger. I am different from Long Tian. Dragons are divine cultivators, and I am a scattered immortal. My physical body relies on soul bodies to link together. If a strong old dragon attacks me, I can only flee for my life. Long Shui had also said before that the strongest people in the Imperial Dragon clan were those old dragons. Although the Dragon Emperor was called Dragon Emperor, he was not the emperor of a real dragon, and his strength was not worthy of it. Chun Xiang was definitely going to look for the things left behind by the evil emperor, because the relations HI plus P between the evil emperor and him was very good. Just like the ice dragon's super old fire beast, they were both evil emperor's friends. Let's return to Divine Sword Immortal Palace first and prepare before setting off. Long Tian. I'll first refine the divine sword for you during this period of time. Duan Ming said seriously, "All right, I also plan on cultivating in peace." Chun Xiang and Duan Ming returned to the Divine Sword Immortal Palace and rented a small house. Usually, Duan Ming would go out by himself. He did not know why he would go out for, but he would cultivate in the secret room every day, absorb the energy from the colorful sacred core, and condense the creation divine liquid at the same time. He had lost one of the divine swords, causing the signboard to be smashed apart. On the other hand, Chen Xiang was also a big winner, obtaining 2 holy swords, and then it was Wang Weiquan. He competed with one of the Divine Sword Palace's swordsmen in swords, and in the end he obtained one as well. Chun Xiang would come out from time to time, making him happy. Xue Xianxian and Lu Meng'er were still in the Divine Sword Immortal Palace, and they had learned how to forge sword techniques here. In terms of refining the immortal sword, the Divine Sword Palace had a lot of experience, and it was all because of Lu Zhongyu and Song Ying that they were able to learn in here. Chun Xiang was very interested in refining. It was just that he did not have the time to learn it, and he needed to refine pills to increase his own strength. Chun Xiang would occasionally flip through the divine book which had recorded the records of the various powerful array spirit grain. Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xingyue both had copies of this divine book in their hands. So Chun Xiang believed that they had definitely set it down to Xue Xianxian. The blueprints for refining the Suzaku divine weapon are hidden inside. Could it be that this divine book was left behind by a divine craftsman? Chun Xiang looked at the spirit grain above. There was a huge difference from the spirit grain above. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiang had lived here for 2 years. With the help of the colorful sacred core, he stepped into the late period of human immortal. I'm getting closer and closer to the immortal monarch. Chun Xiang was a little excited. Only by becoming an immortal monarch would his strength reach a new height. At the very least, when he met the immortal king, he would not be in such a sorry state. Duan Ming didn't ask Chun Xiang when he would set off. He was the same every day. He didn't know what he would go out for during the day, and would only come back at night. Duan Ming, who had been isolated from the world for hundreds of thousands of years, had already merged into this era after being newly born during these 2 years. Right now, he understood this heaven realm even more than Chun Xiang did, and at the same time he understood Chun Xiang even more. Have you broken through? You're pretty fast. It won't be long before you become immortal monarch. Duan Ming walked into the hall BRIMMING with energy and vitality and said while smiling. At the moment, he was dressed extravagantly, looking like a nouveau riche. I'm going out for a walk. I'm about to head to Long Tian. Chun Xiang said, I'll go with you. The Sief family's group is still here because they know that the heavenly evil sword has yet to leave the divine sword immortal palace. Duan Ming said. Chun Xiang nodded. With Duan Ming by his side, he did not need to worry too much. Just as Duan Ming walked out of the house and reached the main street, they saw the Xie clan group. They sat in the carriage, and only Xie Kong led the carriage forward. What are they doing? Don't tell me they know exactly where you are? Duan Ming was a little suspicious. For the past 2 years, they have not left. Duan Ming sent a sound transmission to Chun Xiang. They didn't discover you, but have something else to leave for. The direction they are heading towards is towards the transmission array. Chun Xiang looked at Xie Kong, who was walking past him. and it was true that they did not notice him. We'll talk about it when you get back. I'll go find my wife first. She's still here. Chun Xiang replied. After the Xia family members left, Duan Ming carefully followed behind them. Chun Xiang walked towards the Divine Sword Palace to look for Xue Xianxian and Lu Meng'er. Lu Zhongyu and Song Ying were not around them to learn. Only Lu Meng'er and Xue Xianxian were here. Divine Sword Palace was still relatively polite because they saw Qin Xiang reveal a jade token. This was given to Qin Xiang by him. Not only would he be able to partake 1. P8 in the Immortal Sword Conference, he would also receive some treatment within the Divine Sword Palace. I come from Human King Immortal Country, looking for Lu Meng'er urgently. Chan Xiang said. The elder did not recognize him, but he knew that Lu Zhongyu had given him his jade tablet, so he immediately sent someone to inform Lu Ming. Chun Xiang and the elder were chatting casually in the hall, but at the same time, a man walked in with a very oppressive aura. He looked young, but his strength was terrifying, and he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Have you finished refining my holy sword? The man asked coldly as he walked in. The holy sword was even refined, causing Chun Xiang to be extremely shocked. He could guess that the man had taken out some precious materials to refine for the Divine Sword Palace, which was why he asked such a question. However, from the way he asked, he did not seem to take it as an important matter at all. The holy sword was even refined, causing Chun Xiang to be extremely shocked. He could guess that the man had taken out some precious materials to refine for the Divine Sword Palace, which was why he asked such a question. However, from the way he asked, he did not seem to take it as an important matter at all. I can refine it in the afternoon. The elder replied, It has already been 18 months. At the beginning, you all said that it could be completed in 15 months. The man snorted, because something went wrong. The elder said in a low voice. The man sat down. He did not look at Qin Xiang after he entered. As though there were not many people who were worthy of his notice, he hugged his chest and sat there with his eyes closed. It seemed like he was going to wait here for the sacred sword to be completed. This guy is really strong. He should be from some big power. Just which power is he from? Long Shui asked doubtfully. It should be a sword using power. They can afford to make holy sword material, and they don't take it seriously either. In these 9 days, there are only 2 powers. Bai Yu said, one of them is called Sacred Source, Ancient Realm, which is a dangerous place. But in the middle of this dangerous place is a very strong force, and only they can safely enter the deeper parts of it. The other is the Heaven Sword City. Su Meiyao continued to speak. Heaven Sword City is atop a huge mountain peak, and that enormous mountain is very strange. On top of the mountain is a huge city, and it looks like a giant mushroom, but it hasn't fallen down for tens of millions of years. The reason why these 2 forces are able to refine holy swords is because they possess an extremely large amount of materials for artifact forging, especially those of the higher levels. This man should be from the Heaven Sword City. Su Meiyao replied, Senior sister and I have been to the Heaven Sword City before, and the people there are very strong. Furthermore, we have a lot of precious refining materials to sell. Chun Xiang sized up the man once again. He did not look very handsome, but he was still Pa-S sable and had a very arrogant temperament. Elder one, who's looking for me? Lu Meng'er walked out. She was wearing a black suit with a ponytail. It's me. Chun Xiang stood up and then sent a sound transmission to Lu Meng'er, elder sister Meng'er. Hearing Chun Xiang's sound transmission, Lu Meng'er immediately knew that the person in front of him was Qin Xiang. Just as Lu Meng'er was about to speak, the man with his eyes closed suddenly opened them and asked, You are Lu Zongyu's daughter. And you are. Lu Meng'er frowned because the man did not have a good attitude, but Chen Xiang felt that it was pretty good that he could open his eyes and look at Lu Meng. The man let out a strange cold laugh. Heaven Sword City, Luo Yitao, you should know who I am. You are Luo Yitao. Lu Menger's expression slightly changed. She lightly bit her lips, then said to Qin Xiang, "You're looking for me for something. Follow me." Luo Yitao saw that Lu Menger did not pay any attention to him, and was immediately unhappy in his heart. "Could it be that you're leaving like that? You should know that I'm going to come here to customize the holy sword. Why don't you come and find me?" Lu Menger was furious in her heart, but she maintained her composure and did not express it out loud. "I'm learning to forge swords here. I don't have much time left." Qin Xiang was also very unhappy. Why did he need Lu Menger to go and find him? "Humph." Luo Yitao stood up and said somewhat angrily, "You mean, why should I go and find you? I think we should forget about this marriage. I, Luo Yitao, am not fortunate enough to be a woman like you, who thinks herself to be high and mighty." Lu Menger took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, "Don't worry. Even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't have married you." Qin Xiang had long since been secretly engaged to her parents, but this was the first time he had ever seen Luo Yitao. "At first, I didn't plan to take you, but since you said it like that, I must make you marry me. Let's see what abilities you have to get rid of the marriage that we've already set up." Luo Yitao's face revealed a teasing smile. Qin Xiang secretly clenched his fists, if not for Lu Menger holding onto his wrist tightly. He might have already pulled out the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword and fought with his life on the line. "I never lacked women. If you had a better ATTI, tooed and begged for mercy, I might have let you go and annulled the engagement. But now, humph, you're betrothed to me. In any case, you can still be considered to be a pretty decent woman. You are qualified to enter our Luo family." Luo Yitao smiled sinisterly. "Elder Sister Menger, I will go chop him off." Qin Xiang whispered to Lu Menger, "Calm down." Lu Menger no longer talked with Luo Yitao and dragged him out of the living room. "Sis, why are you so angry? Who dares to provoke you?" When Xue Xianxian saw Lu Menger dragging a man in, she was completely furious, although Lu Menger was her master. But right now, they were both calling each other sisters. "This guy is teasing you, I'll deal with him." Xue Xianxian frowned as he stared at Qin Xiang. Seeing her furious expression, Qin Xiang even suspected that the Xue Xianxian in front of him was his wife from a little fairy, who was actually emitting such a strong killing intent. "It's not him, it's that Luo Yitao." Lu Menger threw Qin Xiang onto a chair. "This fellow is your hubby." Seeing that Qin Xiang had changed back to his original appearance, Xue Xianxian immediately guessed what had happened. She knew about Luo Yitao's situation and that they had met earlier than usual, which was also why Lu Menger was so worried. "That guy is really arrogant. Why didn't he let me teach him a lesson?" Qin Xiang said, "He's the immortal monarch. Can you beat him? Moreover, his father, grandpa and grandpas are all famous people." Lu Menger scoffed. "I can't win, but I can still smack him and rub his spirit with his palm. So what if the person behind him is powerful? Is Prince Imperial Dragon's father not powerful? I killed him." Qin Xiang said in disdain, "But this isn't the way to solve it. I have to think about my parents. They were engaged to me that year, so I can't kill him just because I don't want to marry him." Lu Menger said, helplessly, "I already have a plan. When it's about time, I will leave my parents with Xianxian." Xue Xianxian sighed lightly. "I've long heard that Luo Yitao is very arrogant, but I never thought that he would be so angry when you two met." Lu Menger said everything that Luo Yitao had said, and after he finished, he became even more angry. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Little scoundrel, why have you come to find us?" Lu Menger asked. "If you had come a few days late, we wouldn't be here anymore. You guys are going back to the Human King Immortal Country." Qin Xiang asked, "I'm just here to chat with you all. I'm planning to go to a place. Are you taking a risk?" Xue Xianxian leaned into Qin Xiang's embrace and laughed softly. "We are also preparing to go risk our lives and follow elder sister Menger's parents to Long Tian." Long Tian, that was also the place Chun Xiang was going. How could it be such a coincidence? He immediately guessed that the Xia clan members, leaving in a hurry, was probably also going to Long Tian. Why do you want to go to Long Tian? Chun Xiang was preparing to go to Long Tian for the evil emperor. Why do you want to go to Long Tian? Chun Xiang was preparing to go to Long Tian for the evil emperor. My parents said that they were invited, but we don't know who it is. There will be a lot of people going, and Imperial Dragon Clan will also go. Lu Meng'er said, "Are you going to Long Tian as well?" Chun Xiang nodded his head, "But I don't know who exactly invited your parents and why you guys are going there." "Then what's the purpose of you, Long Tian?" "We're going to look for the refining materials. Long Tian has a place with a lot of them." Xue Xianxian asked. "The heavenly evil sword guided me there. I don't know the specifics, so I wanted to take a look." Chun Xiang replied truthfully, "Heavenly evil sword." Lu Meng'er and Xue Xianxian were both a little surprised. They looked at each other, puzzled. Yes, there should be something left behind by the evil emperor at that place. Chun Xiang sent sound transmissions to them, and his tone was very serious. "I wonder if it was from the same place that invited my parents to Long Tian. The people who came from the sacred source ancient realm are spread throughout the 9 heavens, and they were mainly searching for various kinds of refining materials. They found a place in Long Tian's more dangerous location, and there is a high chance that there are a large amount of refining materials there. They seem to have invited quite a few people as well. In short, my father and mother said that there wouldn't be any danger there, which was why they brought Xianxian and I along." Lu Meng'er said, "In other words, they're not in the same place." Chun Xiang muttered to himself, "Hopefully it's not a good thing to be in the same place." Lu Meng'er said, "Exactly in the same place. The good stuff will definitely be taken away by you." Xue Xianxian laughed. "I have obtained good materials for refining, but I'm not giving them to you yet." Last time, Chun Xiang entrusted Hua Shengyue to bring Lu Meng'er and the others a lot of refining materials. They were all gathered by him. Chun Xiang laughed. "I'm leaving. Can you let me hug you guys?" "No." Lu Meng'er's jade face slightly flushed. Looking at how Chun Xiang opened his arms, he seemed to want to hug them at the same time. Although she said it like that, Chun Xiang had already embraced them all with a laugh, causing the 2 girls to pout nonstop and lightly beat Chun Xiang's chest. "How about I stay here for the night?" Chun Xiang laughed sinisterly. "No." Xue Xianxian spat with a red face. She knew what Chun Xiang was thinking. "Hurry up! This is still Divine Sword Palace's place." Lu Meng'er's jade face flushed red as she urged him. Chun Xiang laughed. "It's not convenient here if there's a chance in the future." Before he finished speaking, Chun Xiang was blasted out of the hall by Xue Xianxian and Lu Meng'er. Chun Xiang left their residence and walked out of the Divine Sword Palace by himself. The somewhat disappointed Chun Xiang walked out of the Divine Sword Palace. The moment he walked out, a few people suddenly surrounded him. Their strengths were not weak. They were all in the late period of human immortal. It was obviously easy for Chun Xiang to get rid of them, but he wanted to see who exactly had caught him. After entering the luxurious carriage, Chun Xiang saw a handsome youth seated on a luxurious chair. This man was Luo Yitao, who had an engagement with Lu Meng'er. "What do you want to talk to Lu Meng'er about? Quickly say it." Luo Yitao bellowed. His face was extremely serious, and it could be seen that he cared a lot about Lu Meng'er, although he had said those words to Lu Meng'er previously. "Your relations. I plus P with her isn't ordinary, right? I saw that she was angry and wanted to hit me. Although Luo Yitao was arrogant, she was not an idiot. Previously, when she had angered Lu Meng'er in the living room, she had felt an even greater rage coming from his body. It was just that Chun Xiang had concealed it extremely well, but he had still been able to see through it. "You want to know?" Chun Xiang asked coldly. "Oh, looks like you're quite amazing. Don't tell me you want to resist me here." Luo Yitao laughed coldly. Quickly, tell me, what is your relations? I plus P with Lu Meng'er? Why are you sneaking around to find her? Ask your ancestor. Chun Xiang roared out, his body trembling. He released a powerful shock wave, causing the late period of human immortal beside him to scream out in pain and fly out of the carriage. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. It's not like I've offended you. Why did you grab me when you had nothing to do? And you still want to torture me? Chun Xiang shouted angrily. He had already disappeared, and suddenly appeared in front of Luo Yitao. Luo Yitao was still firmly seated on that luxurious chair, a cold smile plastered all over his face. He was not surprised at all, as if he had predicted that Chun Xiang would have such a reaction. Chun Xiang raised his palm and slapped it fiercely towards Luo Yitao. Luo Yitao snorted, and a very strong qi barrier appeared on his body. When Chun Xiang's palm landed on the qi barrier, the angry and violent power instantly disappeared without a trace, as it was completely absorbed by the qi barrier. Humph! At most, you only have the strength of late period of human immortal. Even if you are an immortal monarch, you still won't be able to shake my defense. I'm half a step into the Immortal King realm. You're just a relatively rough little thing. Luo Yitao's face was filled with disdain. He had extremely strong armor. Adding on that he was from a famous clan, his talent was outstanding. He cultivated in all kinds of powerful cultivation techniques, and when he saw that Chun Xiang's palm attack could not harm him, he looked down on Chun Xiang even more. The carriage had already been destroyed, and the bystanders were all shocked to see someone attacking in the street, especially at the entrance of Divine Sword Palace. I'll give you one more chance. If you still don't answer me, I'll break your arms, take off all your clothes, and hang them on my carriage as I circle around Divine Sword Palace 10 times. Luo Yitao's face turned gloomy. He was not afraid of Divine Sword Palace at all. Chun Xiang took a deep breath and raged in his heart. Little naughty dragon, lend me your strength. I will strangle this B-A-S-T-A-R-D to death. After Long Shui felt Chun Xiang's anger, he had already mentally prepared himself, and she had been waiting this whole time. Both Lu Meng'er and Xue Xianxian could hear that roar from inside. They immediately guessed that Chun Xiang must have clashed with someone, and it was very likely that it belonged to Luo Yitao. Lu Meng'er and Xue Xianxian, the elders that followed the Divine Sword Palace, anxiously ran out, and immediately saw the furious Chun Xiang standing on the dilapidated carriage, clenching his fists. On the other hand, Luo Yitao was proudly sitting in a luxurious chair, looking at Chun Xiang with disdain. Luo Yitao, what are you doing? Lu Meng'er was furious. She knew that Chun Xiang would not provoke Luo Yitao for no reason. Luo Yitao replied indifferently, I just want to know why he came to find you. You and I have an engagement. I want to know your every move. But this guy has a tough mouth and bad temper. She had already reached the limit of her endurance, and Xue Xianxian was already prepared to take action. Chun Xiang had already poured in a large amount of Dragon Power S into his arm, and they were all channeled over by Long Shui. The muscles on his face twitched slightly, and he roared, Hey Luo, let me tell you, my fists are tougher. After saying that, Chun Xiang threw out a punch, but Luo Yitao's face was filled with a cold smile. He did not place this punch in his eyes at all. Lu Meng'er and Xue Xianxian both saw that a strong S.H.I plus ELD had suddenly appeared around Luo Yitao's body. Luo Yitao was much stronger than him, so it would be difficult for Chun Xiang to break through his defense unless he used the divine blade. Lu Meng'er and Xue Xianxian both saw that a strong S.H.I plus ELD had suddenly appeared around Luo Yitao's body. Luo Yitao was much stronger than him, so it would be difficult for Chun Xiang to break through his defense unless he used the divine blade. However, when Chun Xiang's fist came close to him, Luo Yitao's expression suddenly changed, because Chun Xiang's fist suddenly released a very strong force. This force did not seem to be human. As for how it was, Luo Yitao could not explain it clearly, but that was very terrifying. Luo Yitao anxiously dodged, but Qin Xiang's fist suddenly became faster, so fast that Luo Yitao did not expect it. Boom! Qin Xiang's fist was like lightning as it struck Luo Yitao's face. The wave of air that erupted caused the surrounding ground to shake and split open, and the floor tiles were blown up by the wild and violent wind wave, blowing everywhere. Luo Yitao's fist was extremely terrifying. Even some of the immortal king elders in Divine Sword Palace couldn't help but plus because Qin Xiang's current cultivation was only at the worldly immortal stage. The furious Qin Xiang still wanted to attack, but the elder of the Divine Sword Palace had already come over. Humph, you with the surname Luo, don't let me meet you again. Qin Xiang snorted, then used the spatial teleportation technique and left. If not because she did not want to cause too much trouble for Lu Meng'er, Qin Xiang would have killed Luo Yitao with a single slash just now. However, if that happened, not only Lu Meng'er would be in trouble, her parents would probably become enemies with the Luo family. Right now, Lu Meng'er's strength was still too much. Even though he was already a mortal monarch, it was far from enough. Qin Xiang and Xue Xianxian had also returned to the Divine Sword Palace. They were very surprised with Qin Xiang's power just now. They never thought that Qin Xiang's body would contain such a terrifying power. Half of his face had already been smashed into smithereens, and blood was constantly being spat out from his mouth. Adding to the fact that his face was twisted by anger, it made him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. Just who is he? Luo Yitao roared in his heart. He was extremely regretful that he did not bring some powerful clan elders with him. If not, he would not have suffered such a loss today. Qin Xiang returned to the small house, waiting for Duanming to return. At this moment, his arm was in pain, and Long Shui's power had increased by a lot, causing him to feel sore after he finished borrowing power. After knowing that something had happened in Divine Sword Palace, Lu Zongyu and Song Ying anxiously rushed over to understand the situation, because it was Lu Meng'er who had asked them to come, and Heaven Sword City's Luo family had immediately sent people over. Under the treatment of the high-leveled immortal pills, Luo Yitao did not suffer from any major injuries, but he received a huge blow which, even to this day, did not dissipate his anger. Lu Zongyu and Song Ying were both in the Divine Sword Palace's living room, while Lu Meng'er and Xue Xianxian were both standing behind them. Luo Yitao sat together with two elders from the Heaven Sword City. After understanding the situation, Lu Zongyu frowned. We did not send anyone to look for Meng'er, but that person also has our jade tablet. This person wasn't sent by my aunt and uncle. Luo Yitao was rather courteous in front of Lu Zongyu and Song Ying, because Lu Zongyu and Song Ying were both considered descendants of the Divine Artisan clan. Thus Lu Meng'er was the same. In the 9 heavens, no one would ever want to offend a divine artisan. Even the Divine Sword Palace and the Sword Divine Palace didn't dare to do anything to them. Luo Yitao looked at Lu Meng'er and said coldly, "Who is that person?" Xue Xianxian snorted. "That's my husband. It's normal that he came to find me. But you captured him for no reason, and even forced him to ask. Anyone would get angry." "Serves you right," Xue Xianxian said in a low voice. Luo Yitao was startled. That person was actually Qin Xiang. He scolded in his heart. If he knew that it was Qin Xiang, he would not have acted so recklessly with Qin Xiang. Even if it's Qin Xiang, he beat up members of our Luo family because he's having trouble with our Luo family. If you see your husband, tell him to be careful. He really wanted to draw the enmity between him and Qin Xiang. This way, they would have a reason to S-N-A-T-C H the green dragon, demon slain, broadsword from him. Don't worry, he already said before, let the geniuses of your Luo family not appear in front of him. And don't even need me to tell them their auras. You can be like Imperial Dragon Clan, Devil Suppressing Divine Palace, and Fire Divine Palace, and place bounty everywhere, pasting his portrait all over the street. Your Luo family shouldn't be lacking in spiritual crystal. First, It was Luo Yitao who was in the wrong, but now it was them who were being courteous to him. Xian Xian, Song Ying called out softly. They're just looking for an excuse to rob my husband. Xue Xian Xian snorted. This matter shall be settled then. I have no objections to Qin Xiang, but don't involve Meng Er and Xian Xian, said in a low voice. He was extremely angry at Luo Yitao's power, especially after he heard what Lu Menger had to say. Song Ying had already realized that the engagement he had with Lu Menger all those years ago was not suitable in his eyes now. Luo Yitao and Lu Menger would not have any good results together. The couple could only wait for an early opportunity to tell the Luo family about it. Qin Xiang's arm was originally in pain, but it quickly spread to his entire body. While he was channeling his power to remove the pain, he unknowingly fell asleep. Kid, how did your body become like this? Who injected such a terrifying power into your body? Duan Ming came back and kicked his leg. Qin Xiang was lying on the ground. His entire body was in a mess. After he sat up, he sighed. Don't say any more. You went to follow the Xie clan. The Xie clan went to Longtian, and I also heard that many great powers have prepared millions of dragons to go to the same place as us. But their goal is different. Those great powers are going to that place to find some genius treasures, and we're going to find the evil emperor's mausoleum. Duan Ming said, Evil Emperor's mausoleum. Are you sure that the place the heavenly evil sword is guiding us to is Evil Emperor's mausoleum? Qin Xiang said in surprise. This Duan Ming was a member of the Duan clan. She could be considered a tomb robber's ancestor. This is my intuition. Speaking of it, who injected such a powerful power into your body? This power is very special and strong. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Duan Ming stroked his beard and thought, then exclaimed, I know. Qin Xiang still had some of the power aura that Long Shui had lent him left in his body. When Duan Ming returned, he merely touched it lightly and he could clearly feel it. What do you understand? Qin Xiang asked. He did not know what was going on with Long Shui's power because that was not the dragon power. That power. It is the power of an ancestral dragon. How can you have such a terrifying power? It is said that when the world was nurturing dragons, the fused power was very different from that of the dragon power. Duan Ming said, this was the first time Qin Xiang had heard of the power of an ancestral dragon, and he felt more and more that Long Shui had many unspeakable secrets. I still can't tell you. Let's go to Longtian now. Qin Xiang shakily stood up and swallowed a pill to make himself stronger. I still can't tell you. Let's go to Longtian now. Qin Xiang shakily stood up and swallowed a pill to make himself stronger. Duan Ming laughed. Even if you don't say it, you can probably guess it. I heard that you have the help of a white dragon. I think this should be it. That's right, it's related to that white dragon. Qin Xiang said, but I can't say too much. I understand. Then let's set off to take a look at Longtian. Duan Ming laughed. Duan Ming and Qin Xiang walked towards the transmission array. And at this time there were quite a few people who were going to Longtian, so many people had received the news. Inside the transmission array, everyone was waiting for it to open. An old man said, Today I was outside of Divine Sword Palace and saw the genius young master was beaten to a pulp. Beating him up was truly amazing. However, that fellow from the Heaven Sword City is too foolish. After sitting there and getting beaten up, he thinks that he is unrivaled in this world. Who knew that the other party would be able to beat him up with a single punch? A big fellow answered, I heard that this person is Qin Xiang. His wife herself admitted to it. It's really Qin Xiang. This guy is actually still here. He should have gone to Longtian by now. This matter is huge, so it must be something important. Ha, he's going straight to Imperial Dragon Clan's lair. Duan Ming now understood why Qin Xiang had been given the terrifying power of an ancestral dragon. The transmission array opened, and in the blink of an eye, everyone was inside one of Longtian's immortal palaces. Qin Xiang and Duan Ming walked out. Duan Ming looked at Qin Xiang and said, "Let's find a place to stay first. I heard that Long Tian has a lot of delicacies that he doesn't have in other places. Do you want me to treat you to a meal here?" Qin Xiang laughed. "That's for the best. I don't have many spiritual crystal, and it would cost 3 million to teleport here." Duan Ming sighed. For an expert like him, it would be strange if he did not have a spiritual crystal. Even though I'm a pill refiner, my pills are very cheap. Moreover, I haven't been refining pills very often, so I'm really short on money. I'll have to trouble Senior Duan. Qin Xiang said while grinning. Qin Xiang and Duan Ming walked on the street. Inside Long Tian Immortal Palace, there were many buildings with dragon sculptures. One could see the portraits of dragons everywhere. Dragon sculptures. There are a lot of draconians here, and some of them are strong dragon beasts born from the combination of dragons and other beasts. After they transform, they will also be here, and they will all be controlled by the Imperial Dragon Clan. After tens of thousands of years, the number of draconians will increase, so Long Tian's overall strength is very terrifying. Duan Ming said. Qin Xiang saw many people on the streets who had a very strong aura of the dragon power. Most of them were naturally born with it. "What's going on with that ice dragon?" Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Duan Ming and asked him about the ice dragon. The ice dragon was a good friend of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and had always been at odds with the Imperial Dragon Clan. Back then, when the Imperial Dragon Clan killed the White Dragon, the Ice Dragon lineage had always strongly opposed it. After the White Dragon was exterminated, the Ice Dragon was worried that their Ice Dragon lineage would be the same, so they left the Imperial Dragon Clan very early on. Therefore, right now, the Ice Dragon race is very hostile towards the Imperial Dragon Clan. I heard that the Ice Dragon race was hidden in a profound realm in the end, and that the current Long family belongs to the Ice Dragon race. After Duan Ming came out, he had also investigated into this matter. Qin Xiang now understood why Long Shui had such a good impression of the Ice Dragon. She should also know about these things. The Immortal Palace they were in was called Golden Dragon Immortal Palace, which was considered relatively large in Long Tian's eyes. Furthermore, it was the closest place to the evil emperor's mausoleum. Imperial Dragon Clan must be very unhappy right now, because many great powers from the 9th heaven have come to their territory to find treasures, and they can't stop them. Duan Ming laughed. While Qin Xiang was on the street, he heard people discussing about this matter. Quite a few major forces had already arrived here, and their lineup was extremely powerful. That Sacred Source Ancient Realm is really amazing. He actually knows that Long Tian has a treasure trove. Qin Xiang said. The Sacred Source Ancient Realm is not simple. They already existed that year, and their main goal was to find treasures for the geniuses. I remember that the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord bought some from them, and they have great talent in exploring treasures for the geniuses. I wonder how they are doing. Duan Ming said. Qin Xiang and Duan Ming entered a hotel. Inside, they were eating, waiting for the night to move. Some of the big powers had already left long ago. This aura. Qin Xiang looked out of the window, stared at the few people dressed in black robes, and frowned. They are the Divine Devil Cult. They have also come. Divine Devil Cult, what is that thing? Duan Ming asked curiously. The reason why their sect leader calls himself the Heavenly Slave is mainly to help the heavens manage the world, and those who join the Divine Devil Cult can cultivate their divine soul through some special liquids they provide. They can also cultivate the demonic way. Qin Xiang said. He understood the Divine Devil Cult somewhat, and others did not know that the Divine Devil Cult had something that defied common sense that allowed one to birth divine soul. Through that liquid, Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu developed their divine soul. Back then, the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord could not even think of a good way to produce a batch of divine cultivators. But now, someone has managed to do it. Duan Ming frowned, his expression becoming serious. At night, Qin Xiang and Duan Ming left the hotel and walked out of the Golden Dragon Immortal Palace. More than 2 hours later, Qin Xiang and Duan Ming sped through a large forest and arrived in a swamp. There's movement ahead. It seems that someone is fighting. Duan Ming said, "Let's go take a look." With Duan Ming here, Qin Xiang was not afraid of provoking any powerful forces. He followed without worry towards where the fight was going on. Although it was late in the night, the ground was still illuminated by the starlight and moonlight, making the marsh less dark. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. This aura seems to belong to the Fire Divine Palace. Qin Xiang was surprised. He did not know who had fought with them. After nearing, Qin Xiang suddenly heard a very familiar voice. It was Yun Xiaodao shouting, "Old Zhu, quickly poke his eyes." Qin Xiang was shocked. He never thought that his group of rogue elders from the Dragon Subduing School would have a conflict with the Fire Divine Palace. No wonder they had so much guts. He guessed that Duan Cheng should also be here. They are acquaintances, and 2 of them are descendants of the Duan clan. Qin Xiang said, because Duan Sanchong was also here. When they first joined the Dragon Subduing School, there were a few people who clamored about becoming elders. After flying up, they were dishonest in the Human King Immortal Country and were brought away by Duan Cheng in the end. When Qin Xiang and Duan Ming got closer, they saw that Yun Xiaodao and the others were surrounding and attacking the 5 Fire Divine Palaces. When Qin Xiang and Duan Ming got closer, they saw that Yun Xiaodao and the others were surrounding and attacking the 5 Fire Divine Palaces. "You bunch of little bastards, do you know who we are?" "We are from the Fire Divine Palace. Get out of my way." His clothes had already been burnt black by the flames. "It's because we know that you are Fire Divine Palace. That's why we took action. The more arrogant you are in front of us, the faster you will die." Zhu Rong sneered, holding a long and big mace. He swept it towards the back of a mortal monarch, looking very fierce. Amongst the group of Yun Xiaodao and the others, Great Strength Race Xiao Cho was one of them, as well as his Kylan Thunder Eagle Beast was at the middle stage of a mortal monarch. As for the others, they were only at the early stage of a mortal monarch, so being able to suppress the 5 of them who were at the middle stage of a mortal monarch was already considered to be pretty good. These guys are growing up really fast. Qin Xiang didn't feel good about this, because he was currently only at the late period of human immortal, but he was still very happy for them. Lian Mingdong sensed that someone was approaching and anxiously shouted, "Be careful! Someone is coming. We do not know their strength." Their cooperation was very coordinated, and it was obvious that they often did this sort of thing. As soon as Qin Xiang and Duan Ming got close, Duan Sanchong immediately came over and checked their strength. "Changzi, it's me." Qin Xiang immediately sent a sound transmission to Duan Sanchong to prevent any misunderstandings and cause a huge fight. "It's actually leader." "That's great." Duan Sanchong was overjoyed and immediately sent a sound transmission to Yun Xiaodao and the others. Qin Xiang rushed over and sent a sound transmission to Yun Xiaodao and the others. "Tie them up, I will plot against them." Zhu Rong and the others immediately understood that the Qin Xiang who had snuck over was not discovered by the Fire Divine Palace S. In a flash, he arrived behind one of them, took out a Devil Emperor dagger, and stabbed it into the mortal monarch's dantian, then took out the heavenly pellet. "There's an immortal king coming. Hurry up and kill them." Duan Sanchong anxiously shouted, "Take out all their heavenly pills. I'm going to use them." Qin Xiang said, after that, Xiao Cho and Ting Ying both attacked the enemy's dantian and took out the heaven pellet. "It's too late. Quick!" Duan Sanchong, who was standing guard at the side, also joined the battle. Using a short sword, he cut off the head of the immortal monarch, then took out the heaven core inside. Done! After Qin Xiang killed the last immortal monarch and took away the heaven pellet, he and Yun Xiaodao quickly destroyed all the corpses. "Withdraw!" Duan Sanchong ran at the very front. He had already found a path of retreat for a long time now, with Qin Xiang and Duan Ming following right behind them. Yun Xiaodao, Xiao Chou, XV Weilong, Lian Mingdong, Zhu Rong, and Duan Sanchong had always been following him. But now he had appeared here. Where was Duan Chong? Where's Elder Duan? How could he let you guys enter such a dangerous place? Chun Xiang asked as he ran. He lured those immortal kings away and was planning on exchanging blows with us earlier. I didn't expect that you would also come here. Is it because you're here looking for materials like us? Duan Sanchong asked. No, we will go to a more dangerous place. We might have to go deeper in. Chun Xiang said, This place is called the Evil Dragon Mountain Range. It's very dangerous inside. It's said that some dragons that enter the depths will turn into evil dragons, and without the original memories, they will just randomly slaughter others. According to our inquiries, the treasure land discovered by the Holy Origin is not in the depths. Lian Mingdong said, No problem, I know what I'm doing. Chun Xiang said he was not here for the treasure ground. Master, I heard that there are a lot of holy-level materials in that treasure trove. We are here to find the materials to refine a saint weapon. Xiao Chou said. He still had a bald head and he looked like a teenager. It was difficult for great strength race to grow up. Duan Sanchong suddenly became serious. The few immortal kings are chasing after us. It seems like old Duan did not lure them away completely. Chun Xiang said to Duan Ming, Senior, I'll be troubling you. Kill him. Duan Ming asked. He already knew that this group of youngsters were Chun Xiang's friends when he was in Ditian, and he could feel the aura of the Duan clan bloodline from Duan Sanchong's body. As you wish. I can't order you. Chun Xiang laughed. Duan Ming suddenly disappeared, followed by a few tragic cries. The screams still reverberated in the marsh, but Duan Ming had already returned with 4 bloodied heaven pills, the immortal king's heaven pellets. Yun Xiaodao and the others took in a breath of cold air, looking at Duan Ming in fear. To be able to kill a few immortal kings in such a short period of time, this kind of strength was truly terrifying. I did not kill them, I just took their heaven pills. Duan Ming laughed. They had already stopped. Chun Xiang took the heavenly pills and laughed. You are feeling worse than killing them. This senior, he was the one who injured Ding Wuzhong in the Immortal Sword Conference. Xiao Chou looked at Duan Ming with a trace of fear. Duan Chong had already returned. He already knew that the immortal kings were killed. When he saw Duan Ming, he couldn't help but frown. Chun Xiang laughed. This senior here has some connections with your Duan clan. He can be considered to be an ancestor of your Duan clan. Duan Ming smiled towards Duan Sanchong and Duan Chong. All of you have inherited the Duan clan's essence very well. Duan Sanchong and Duan Chong immediately bowed to Duan Ming. I brought this group of brats here to let them gain experience. I never would have thought that when I met the people from the Fire Divine Palace, these brats would shout and kill them, so I could only lure their immortal king away to let them take action. Duan Chong said, Hee, just pay attention to a little bit. I believe in their strength. Chun Xiang laughed. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed out from the depths of the abyss, accompanied by a slight tremble. If we are to go deeper, it will be rather dangerous, so we won't take you with us. Chun Xiang looked at the rumbling coming from inside, seriously. Duan Ming's expression became serious. He took out a book and it looked very old. He said it to Duan Chong and said, This is an item that is relatively precious to the Duan clan. Duan Chong's hands trembled a little as he received the book and immediately thanked them. It was as if he had long known that the Duan clan possessed such a powerful book. Then, all of you have a safe journey. Let's return and pluck all the things on those immortal kings and immortal monarch. Yun Xiaodao laughed. Chun Xiang smiled and patted his shoulder. Be careful. Oh, yeah, I heard that Fire Divine Palace's chief disciple is probably here. He's also very strong. Oh, yeah, I heard that Fire Divine Palace's chief disciple is also here. Duan Chong said, Yes, we will pay attention. Duan Ming nodded. He knew how terrifying the Fire Emperor was, even though he had not recovered to its peak yet. Take care." Qin Xiang and Duan Ming continued to move forward, while Yun Xiaodao and Duan Chong retreated. They first took away the precious things that the immortal kings and immortal monarch had on them, and a large amount of those things could be exchanged for spiritual crystalles. The Fire Emperor is here as well. Is he here for the evil emperor's tomb? Qin Xiang was a little worried. If the Fire Emperor came, Duan Ming would find it difficult. The Fire Emperor is here as well. Is he here for the evil emperor's tomb? Qin Xiang was a little worried. If the Fire Emperor came, Duan Ming would find it difficult. I'm not sure. If he knew that the evil emperor's tomb was here, it should have been told to him by the Xie clan. Only by obtaining the heavenly evil sword, and maybe the Xie clan was worried that they would lose control at that time, so they had no choice but to inform the Fire Emperor about this. Within the 9 days of time, there aren't many things that the Fire Emperor would be interested in. Duan Ming's face was gloomy. Facing against Fire Emperor, his strength was still too weak. I heard that Fire Emperor's strength has not been restored to its peak, and this is true for Ice Emperor as well. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily killed by me. Qin Xiang said, Ice Emperor was killed by you. Duan Ming had heard of this matter before, but he refused to believe it. This was because in the past 10 days, Great Yanjing had been unable to completely exterminate the Ice Emperor. Qin Xiang nodded. In Detian I used my de-eclipse powder S to do it. No wonder. Back then, the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord said that in order to completely destroy their Emperor-level strength's bodies, one must rely on this kind of thing. I never thought that you would have de-eclipse powder. If it was just Qin Xiang killing the Ice Emperor with his own power, then it would be hard to believe, but using de-eclipse powder would be different. 3 days pa-s, said, and Qin Xiang arrived at a forest. Here, all the leaves of the large trees had fallen, but the reason was unknown. The explosion that they had heard earlier was coming from nearby and getting closer and closer. However, they did not see anything abnormal. There's a small immortal palace up ahead. Long Shui suddenly said. Duan Ming seemed to have also discovered that they were already deep inside evil Dragon Valley, but they did not give off a sense of danger. But when Qin Xiang saw the little fairy palace, he immediately felt a suffocating fear. The immortal palace looked to be the size of a normal city and was surrounded by a thick pitch-black wall. The thick iron gate was shattered in the middle, as if it had been forcefully broken open by someone. The entire immortal palace was covered in a deathly gray fog. This fog would occasionally churn and emit a woo-woo sound, accompanied by an icy cold aura. This immortal palace wasn't here to begin with. Because of the sudden appearance of this place, the trees in the area withered and died. It seems it hasn't been here for very long. Duan Ming said. He searched his memories, trying to find any memories regarding this immortal palace. Qin Xiang took out the heavenly evil sword and looked at the map inside. This was not the place they were heading to. Let's go around it. Qin Xiang said, I feel that it's extremely dangerous inside. It's better not to go in. Duan Ming also nodded his head, but just as they were about to go around, a red light suddenly shone out from the huge black iron gate of the immortal palace, and a door plaque appeared. On the signboard, there were a few blood-red words. Evil Divine Palace. Evil Divine Palace. Duan Ming's expression changed greatly, and Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, who were inside the serene jade ring, also shouted in shock, Don't go in! It's actually the Evil Divine Palace. Why would he appear here? Long Shui shouted, Don't go in. Don't go in echoed in Qin Xiang's ears. His consciousness had already started to blur, and he didn't know why his feet suddenly moved as he walked towards Evil Divine Palace. Humph! The absent-minded Duan Ming snorted coldly. With a shake of his arms, a purple light flashed as he punched the door of the Evil Divine Palace. Rumble. The loud noise shook the earth and cleared Qin Xiang's mind a little. Very strange. Duan Ming grabbed Qin Xiang and walked a few steps to avoid the Evil Divine Palace. What happened just now? Qin Xiang's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Just now he felt as if he was being controlled. You almost entered the evil divine palace. Luckily, the door to the evil divine palace was destroyed long ago, so the power of the enticement wasn't that strong. Otherwise, we would have all lost consciousness and entered that damned place. Duan Ming still had lingering fear in his heart as he grabbed Qin Xiang and ran off with a brisk pace. Just what is this evil divine palace thing? Qin Xiang's face was still filled with shock. If not for Duan Ming, he probably would have entered already. I don't know. In the past, 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord went in once, and after coming out he received heavy injuries. He even went crazy for a while, and later on he told us that we must avoid this evil divine palace for a long time. Duan Ming said, "Legend has it that the body of the evil God was sealed inside." Long Shui said, "Those who go in and out will become the evil God's slaves, protecting the evil divine palace and preventing others from destroying the evil God's body. My master told us that the evil God would revive one day and that the appearance of evil divine palace in this place might have something to do with the evil emperor." Su Meiyao said, "What is this evil God?" Qin Xiang said in a low voice, "Shu, evil God is not something. He's a God, a very powerful God." Duan Ming anxiously said, "If the evil divine palace's divine slaves hear about it, then we will be in trouble." The sacred source ancient realm found a treasure land, and this place also had an evil divine palace. Qin Xiang had followed the heavenly evil sword's guidance and arrived here, so there must be a connection. I wonder where the treasure land is. Could it be that this is the place? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Qin Xiang suddenly stopped moving. "I want to tell my friends, don't let them in here." Yun Xiao Dao and the others would be here, and Xian Xian and the others would be coming as well. It seemed that they had set off a long time ago. And then let's go back. It might be the sacred source ancient realm scheme. Duan Ming also felt that something was amiss. He anxiously pulled Qin Xiang and ran back, but after running frantically for a while, they still did not manage to leave the desolate forest. Upon closer inspection, it looked like it was filled with dried blood soil, causing Qin Xiang to involuntarily this place. What's going on? Qin Xiang looked around and then looked at the sky. It was gray and misty, the clouds churning like demons dancing in the air. Duan Ming spun in a circle, perspiration trickling down his forehead. We have already entered the evil divine palace. It is very likely that we are inside the evil divine palace. Damn it! How did we get in? We obviously went around it. But I can still feel immortal energy. Maybe we just entered an illusory magic array. Qin Xiang could not believe that he had entered such a terrifying place. Duan Ming arrived beside a tree and vigorously punched it, releasing a burst of violent purple lightning that smashed the tree into pieces. However, after the tree had been destroyed, it quickly grew back. However, it did not have any leaves, only a bare branch. It seemed to have a tenacious vitality. If it was in a normal SPAC, my punch just now could have caused some cracks in SPAC, but didn't happen here. Duan Ming said, "Continue walking. This is not an illusion. Let's see if anyone is here." Duan Ming brought Qin Xiang and continued to run in one direction. 6 hours later, they arrived in a forest with relatively thick trees. Here, the trunk of a withered tree could only be carried by dozens of people. Moreover, it was very tall. Qin Xiang and Duan Ming suddenly rushed over, and the crows released sinister voices, flapped their wings, and flew up into the sky. It's the evil crows. They are indeed from evil divine palace. Back then, 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord said that he encountered this type of crow before. Look at the eyes of these crows. Duan Ming said. Qin Xiang had already seen earlier that these crows had 2 eyes in their eyes. One was black and the other was red. Mother of asterisk her, it must be because of the words evil divine palace just now. We've already entered. Chen Xiang cursed in a low voice. I'll definitely destroy this lousy place in the future. As Chen Xiang said that, the devil-suppressing mirror in the shadows poured devil-suppressing, holy power into it and aimed it at the evil crows. It released a ray of holy light and caused the evil crows to fly everywhere. But what surprised Chen Xiang was that the defense of these evil crows was extremely strong. After getting hit, they actually did not fall down and only circled in the air and shouted loudly. Chen Xiang kept the devil-suppressing mirror and took a deep breath. He prayed in his heart that Yun Xiaodao and the others would not come in. Let's go! There should be a lot of people coming in. If we see those walls, we'll be in trouble. Duanming signed and said sternly and took out the divine sword He-S-N-A Tizzyhead. After walking for 2 hours through the forest, they suddenly heard a sound. The terrible news that your sacred source, ancient realm released, has brought us to this D-A-M Ned place. You've caused us to die. We are also here. This has nothing to do with us. Who knows how this evil divine palace came to be? Qin Xiang and Duanming immediately walked over. My divine soul can't run around randomly. There's a lot of restrictions on divine power in this place. Long Shui suddenly said, It's better if you don't use it. She had wanted to see who was up ahead, but when she tried, she felt a splitting headache. Chun Xiang and Duanming kept the weapons in their hands and advanced forward carefully. The people in front seemed to have noticed them as well. Who is it? A middle-aged man asked vigilantly. He took out a big sword and injected it into the innate qi, causing the big sword to gleam. We mistook this place for our own. Qin Xiang said, This place is really inside the evil divine palace. Therefore, the middle-aged man put away the great sword in his hand and sighed. That's right, we are from sacred source, ancient realm. We have already gone to that treasured land, and while we were excavating, this evil divine palace suddenly appeared, and then we came here. We were just sing by and saw this evil divine palace. Then we planned to go around, but we unknowingly entered. Chun Xiang said, We are from the Heavenly Stone Immortal Palace. I wonder where you two are from. An old man asked from the other side. They were still very vigilant towards Qin Xiang and Duanming. We are rogue cultivators, so we have no ill intentions. At a time like this, we should join hands, even though we haven't encountered any danger yet. Qin Xiang said, If you want to follow us, you can, but don't drag us down. The old man from the Heavenly Stone Immortal Palace said. Duanming groaned as he forcefully stomped his foot. The ground trembled, and the dozens of trees around him suddenly crumbled, turning into dust. However, those trees quickly grew back. This level of strength should be enough, right? Duanming, who had been silent all this while, swept his eyes across everyone. The people from the Heavenly Stone Immortal Palace and Sacred Source Ancient Realm were secretly shocked and did not say any more. I think many people from other powers will come here. First, we have to find them and gather them together. Everyone, think of a way. Our domain lord should be here too. He was an immortal king, and he could already see that Duanming's strength was extraordinary. He could easily kill him in an instant. This domain lord was also here. He was a heavyweight, at the same level as the Dragon Emperor. I heard that the head disciples of the Fire Empress are here. I wonder if that's true. Qin Xiang said in a low voice. When the people of the herd Qin Xiang say that, they all express their doubts. When the people of the herd Qin Xiang say that, they all express their doubts. The middle-aged man said, We have discovered that there are indeed some rare and precious materials in this treasure ground, and there will be a lot of holy level S. So it's not that bad for the head disciple of Fire Emperor to come here. But if the Fire Emperor personally comes here, then it would be very hard to understand. Then have you invited the Fire Divine Palace over yet? Qin Xiang asked. No, there are not many powers that were invited by us. But once they heard the news, they would immediately rush over. The middle-aged man shook his head. Now, Qin Xiang and Duanming were even more certain that the Fire Divine Palace and the Xie clan had allied themselves. Only the tomb of the evil emperor would be of such interest to the Fire Emperor. The immortal king of Sacred Source Ancient Realm was called Yan Shan and was a small clan elder. The person in charge of investigating the treasure grounds was the first batch of people to come to the Sacred Source Ancient Realm. The people of Sacred Source Ancient Realm and Heavenly Rock Immortal Palace had heard of the things regarding the evil Divine Palace. I heard that entering this evil Divine Palace, there's a high chance of survival. A young man in the crowd said in fear, "That may not be true. The entrance to the evil Divine Palace has already been destroyed by someone, so the evil Divine Palace is not as scary as it is said to be. He has already suffered severe injuries, so we still have a chance to leave." Yan Shan said loudly, "In a dangerous situation, the most frightening thing was to lose the courage to survive." Yan Shan's words encouraged those youths to not despair. Sacred Source Ancient Realm and Heavenly Rock Immortal Palace had a total of more than 100 people. Their overall strength was extremely strong, and they were all small teams, not a large one at all. Each team was led by an immortal king and 3 immortal monarchess. The others were in the intermediate stage of the worldly immortal stage, with Qin Xiang and Chun Xiang following behind them. Sacred Source Ancient Realm had the ability to look at the terrain, so to go in that direction was something they had decided upon. Chun Xiang and Duanming didn't have any direction in this place, and didn't know where to go either. After the group had walked for 2 hours through the withered forest, they suddenly felt a slight tremble beneath their feet. A wave of rumbling sounds came from the front, as if an army of thousands of men and horses was charging over. Qin Xiang swallowed his saliva, although he did not know what was happening in front of him. From the qi and sounds, he could see that there was a large group of things running towards him. "There's someone here. Quick, take a look." Qin Xiang immediately jumped up. Looking ahead, he saw over 100 people rush. Plussing towards them. "Isn't that He Feng?" Qin Xiang saw the familiar face. He Feng had actually come too, and was in a very sorry state. "Those are the people of Myriad Dan Immortal Country, Fire Divine Palace, and the Devil-Suppressing Divine Palace. They are being chased by something," Yan Shan shouted, urging the youths to turn around and run frantically. Things that even Fire Divine Palace and Devil-Suppressing Divine Palace could not deal with, they were also very difficult to deal with. Qin Xiang and Duanming were originally at the back, but now they were running at the front. Qin Xiang used the Heaven Tour to allow his soul consciousness to float a little higher. Soon enough, he saw a long black line appear behind him, this line extending endlessly to both sides. From afar, it looked like a black wave charging towards him. It looked like a black sea was raging and turbulent, but it was not. The reason why it had such an illusion was because it was being chased by countless black monsters. They weren't big, but they had a frightening amount of them, forming a sea of beasts that swept towards them in a majestic manner. The forest formed by the giant trees looked very fragile in front of the sea of beasts. Qin Xiang withdrew his soul remembrance. In the evil Divine Palace, it was very difficult to use his divine powers. He had only used them for a short while, but he already felt that he was being corroded by some kind of power. "Can they fly?" "That group of things is getting faster and faster," Chun Xiang said to Yan Shan, who was behind him. "Try it," Yan Shan said. "It's more difficult to fly, and I can't guarantee that I won't be attacked. It's better to just obediently run on the ground." Qin Xiang jumped and controlled the powerful innate qi in his body, lifting him up as he flew quickly in the air. Not long after he started flying, Duanming followed closely behind because it was simply too dangerous on the ground, and his and Qin Xiang's speed was extremely fast. Seeing that they were not in any danger, Yan Shan also brought his people and flew behind them, but it was very taxing on their innate qi, as those late period of human immortal-s did not have as much endurance as they did. There are some in front as well. Chen Xiang also saw the same scene from the front. A large group of beasts had also attacked from the back, as they were attacked from the front and back as well. Duan frowned. There are a lot of them. Even if we try to escape to the sides, I'm afraid it will be difficult to reach the end. How did all these things appear? Could it be that they were purposely used to deal with us? Prepare to fight. When Yan Shan saw the beast wave in front of him, his expression changed, and he shouted. Chun Xiang had already made preparations to fight, so he said, "Try to be near me as much as possible." The two waves of beasts suddenly collided, and that collision caused many black monsters to die. They were badly mutilated, and a long mark was left on the ground, like a long, pitch-black river. These monsters were indeed coming towards them. These monsters were all similar to beasts, such as tiger, lion, leopard, rhinoceros, etc. However, their bodies were pitch black, and some had 2 heads, 3 heads, and even 5 or 6 heads. Some of them were covered with spikes. At this time, Qin Xiang and the others were floating in the sky, and below them was what seemed like an endless ocean. "He's charging up," Yan Shan shouted. "Some of these things are strong, and some are weak. Some of them even have poison in them." The people of Devil-Suppressing Divine Palace, Fire Divine Palace, and Myriad Dan Immortal Country were already fighting in the sea of beasts. Chun Xiang felt countless monsters jumping up from below him. When he looked down, he could see a mouth full of sharp teeth. Kill! Chun Xiang's body trembled slightly, and a great amount of fire attribute innate chi surged out from the sky pill. He pressed his palm to the ground, and a terrifying heat suddenly exploded forth, forming a gigantic fire palm that pressed down like a mountain. Boom! The fire palm landed on the ground, and the monsters below started to howl. The moment the palm hit the ground, it exploded, and waves of fire surged out in all directions, engulfing the monsters. In just an instant, the 300 meters of ground had been cleared by Chun Xiang, but not long after, it was once again filled up by numerous monsters. Can't we kill them all? Chun Xiang looked at the vast sea of beasts and felt a sense of helplessness. "We can kill them all," Duan said lightly. Duan fiercely crashed onto the ground, looking like a 1,000,000-kilogram object falling, with a strong impact force. The moment his feet landed, he released the extremely strong innate chi in his body, which created a huge shock wave. Duan fiercely crashed onto the ground, looking like a 1,000,000-kilogram object falling, with a strong impact force. The moment his feet landed, he released the extremely strong innate chi in his body, which created a huge shock wave. The shock wave was like a circular wave, rippling out in all directions. Wherever it went, the monsters were turned to dust. When Yan Shan and the others saw this, they were shocked by Duan strength. At least they couldn't do it. With just that one move, Duan cleared an area of 30,000 meters around him. Furthermore, that shock wave was still spreading out in all directions, but wasn't harming any humans. This was the power of just give it your all. Don't worry too much about it at a time like this. If we don't get rid of this group of things, it'll be hard for us to get somewhere else. Duan sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang, signaling for him to fully display his power. As Duan spoke, he waved his hand towards the monsters, releasing a gust of astral wind with purple lightning. This gust of wind covered a very wide area. The purple light made the gray sky turn purple, and wherever the purple lightning blew past, it would turn the monsters there into ashes. "I know." Chun Xiang nodded and flew into the sea of beasts. The people of Fire Divine Palace and Devil-Suppressing Divine Palace all noticed Duan. They were very familiar with the purple lightning that Duan was using, because they had seen it before when Duan had attacked inside the Night Devil HLL. Facing these monsters filled with evil chi, the devil-suppressing holy power in Qin Xiang's body had strong killing power. He released the devil-suppressing holy power and it surrounded his body, forming a Chi plus ELD around him. Holy Devil Suppressing Seal. Chun Xiang released the Holy Devil Suppressing Seal that had fused with his body. As he continuously injected the devil-suppressing holy power, the holy seal became bigger and bigger, floating in the air like a huge palace. The word subdue below the holy seal and the holy light that radiated from it were causing the bodies of the monsters to slowly melt. Holy devil-suppressing seal, he is Chun Xiang. Although he was an elder of the devil-suppressing divine palace, this was still the first time he had seen the holy seal of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. The might released by the holy devil-suppressing seal was intimidating. The gigantic holy seal was like a heavenly sky as it emitted a holy light, which seemed to possess a terrifying power. Chun Xiang flew above the holy devil-suppressing seal and stood on top of it. There was a devil-suppressing blood in his body, which could let his body of heavenly sages physical strength fuse with the holy devil-suppressing seal, causing the holy devil-suppressing seal to grow bigger and bigger. This was the first time Chun Xiang had used his limit of power for the holy devil-suppressing seal. The power contained within was so terrifying that even Chun Xiang was awed by it, but he could only unleash a tiny bit of the holy devil-suppressing seal's power now. Subdue. Chun Xiang's voice carried an incomparably solemn and sacred aura as he stepped on the holy devil-suppressing seal and suppressed it. Jump up. Everyone knew that the holy devil-suppressing seal being suppressed was definitely very terrifying, so they all jumped up. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these dents formed a gigantic character called Jin, and within these dents were countless small spirit grain. As the holy seal got closer and closer to the ground, a holy light gradually appeared on the small spirit grain. The speed at which the holy devil-suppressing seal was pressing down was extremely slow, and in the middle a golden shadow appeared, looking like a town formed from golden light. As the golden light fell onto the ground, the gigantic town on the ground shone with a piercing golden light. Boom! When the huge seal landed on the ground, it was as though it was ripping apart the earth and ruining the heavens. Just the powerful shockwave itself was extremely terrifying, not to mention the devil-suppressing holy power that erupted from the shockwave. After the holy devil-suppressing seal fell to the ground, the terrifying devil-suppressing holy power that was brewing inside turned into a halo of light that quickly spread out in all directions. The holy devil-suppressing seal gradually shrank, finally turning into a ray of holy light and entering Chun Xiang's body. Chun Xiang's innate qi only had 10% of it left. Seeing Chun Xiang using all his strength, Duanming immediately came to his side. The devil-suppressing holy power was still spreading out like a violent wave, sweeping through the sea of beasts. In the blink of an eye, a large area of SPAC had been cleared away. Everyone was in the air and watched as the golden devil-suppressing holy power spread out and quickly killed the monsters, allowing them to heave a sigh of relief because they could still feel the aura of the devil-suppressing holy power coming from afar. At this time, Yan Shan already knew that it was Chun Xiang. They were very clear about the feud between Chun Xiang and devil-suppressing divine palace, and that devil-suppressing divine palace, Fire Divine Palace, and Myriad Den Immortal Country were currently here. In order to prevent conflict, Yan Shan immediately brought people to Chun Xiang's side. Chun Xiang had the Go, delay weapon and sacred weapon to behead demons, and the devil-suppressing holy power was so terrifying that even many elders of the devil-suppressing divine palace felt guilty about it. In the evil divine palace, they really need its power. Chun Xiang, we meet again. He Feng walked over with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The immortal kings of devil-suppressing divine palace and devil-suppressing divine palace were also in an aggressive mood. The path of enemies is narrow, but I must thank you because I sold you the immortal sword for a good price last time. Chun Xiang laughed as he swallowed a few pills to help him recover his innate qi. Seeing that the old man from the devil-suppressing divine palace was about to speak, Chun Xiang immediately said, "If you want me to return the holy devil-suppressing seal, Then that's fine. This is definitely an impossible task. If you want to take it back, then come and ATCH it. No need to speak so much false nonsense. Everyone, give my sacred source, ancient realm face. Let's give it up at this moment today. Your grudges and grievances should be discussed after we leave this evil divine palace. Moreover, you may not be their match. Yen Shan stood in front of Chen Xiang, and it was possible to tell who he was standing on. Duan Ming took out the divine sword that he had NATC had and said coldly, I will shout 10 times, you are still in my line of sight. I will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces and destroy your souls. Seeing the divine sword, hearing Duan Ming's words, there were a few elders from Fire Divine Palace who ran off into the distance. He Feng regained his senses and immediately started running as well, feeling extremely terrified. With just this bit of ability, you think you can rob people everywhere? Why didn't they rob my divine sword? Isn't it all because I'm more powerful? Bullying the weak and afraid of the strong? Duan Ming snorted and kept his sword. If Chen Xiang was not here, they would have suffered a lot. Furthermore, Duan Ming was a mysterious rancor with a divine sword in his hand. It would be safer if he was with them. You could have killed them. Qin Xiang laughed. How boring. When you have my strength, you will know how boring it is to kill this sort of thing. Besides, this is a grudge between you and them. You can settle it yourself. Duan Ming said, this was originally a withered forest, but after the great battle, the huge trees had already disappeared, leaving an empty area. Just as they were discussing what to do next, those leafless boulders suddenly appeared from the ground and began to grow rapidly. In just a short time, the forest appeared again and countless giant trees were reborn, which made everyone shudder in fear. Although these trees are withered, we can still see which direction is dense with branches. Let's head in that direction. Yen Shan said, whatever. We don't know where to go anyway, so it's a good thing to have a vague direction. Qin Xiang said. Everyone continued on their way. Even though they had encountered that terrifying beast tide, they had still survived that ordeal. Just how were those monsters formed? They were formed from flesh, and their blood was black, Qin Xiang said. There must be some kind of power creating this monster. The night was very quiet and cold, although there were thick clouds in the sky, but the moonlight was dim. It was strange and dark red in color. Late at night, everyone rested for 6 hours before continuing on their journey. They were still in the withered forest. They were still huge trees, but in the dead of night, there would occasionally be a gust of cold wind blowing by, causing the branches to shake and making a sound that would make people's hair stand on end. Yeah. The crows' cries suddenly rang out in front of them. They were still in the middle of the night, and people couldn't help but plus for in fear. The originally silent forest suddenly became lively. It's the evil crows. Let's go and see. This thing isn't strong. There's nothing to be afraid of. He had met Duan Ming before. With Chen Xiang and Duan Ming taking the lead, no one had anything to be afraid of. As they approached, they suddenly heard someone's voice. These crows are so King annoying. They have been following us all day and we haven't died yet. Tonight, I will chop them all into pieces. The one who spoke was a woman, and her voice carried incomparable rage. When Qin Xiang heard this voice, his heart immediately trembled because this was Lung Yulan's voice. He really hoped for Lung Yulan and the others to enter the evil divine palace, but she still came. Lung Yulan had followed Long Huishan here, so it could be said that Long Huishan was also here. It's an orchid. Qin Xiang sighed. It's your white-haired, recognized sister. Duan Ming asked. Qin Xiang nodded his head. I didn't expect her to also come in. This isn't a good thing. He quickened his pace and ran towards the direction of the crow's cry, with Duan Ming and the others following closely behind. In front of him, there was a dozen or so people leaning on a big tree, looking like they were resting, while Lung Yulan brandished the big sword in his hands, jumping around the tree and chopping down the evil crows. But the interesting thing was the evil crows seemed to be purposefully provoking Lung Yulan, and after being attacked they did not fly far and continued to stand on top of the tree branches, waiting for Lung Yulan to attack them. Long Huishan and the others had long noticed Qin Xiang and the others coming over. Seeing Yan Shan, they were not that nervous, because they recognized him when he invited them over. Long Huishan and the others had long noticed Qin Xiang and the others coming over. Seeing Yan Shan, they were not that nervous, because they recognized him when he invited them over. And what Long Huishan could not believe was that the person who was flying over was actually Qin Xiang. "Yulan, your brother, is here." Long Huishan immediately said to Lung Yulan, and then walked towards Qin Xiang. "Where?" Lung Yulan was very happy that Qin Xiang would appear here. She did not feel surprised, as if she was already used to it. "Stinking brat, why did you come into this D.A.M.N. place?" When Long Huishan saw that Qin Xiang was uninjured and was together with the sacred source ancient realm, she was a lot more at ease. "Aren't you guys here as well?" Qin Xiang laughed, then looked towards Lung Yulan, who was walking over. She tied up that white hair, wearing a bamboo hat on her head. "Haha, brother, you also entered the evil divine palace. I heard that once you entered this D.A.M. Ned place, you would most likely die." Lung Yulan laughed as she walked towards Qin Xiang with big steps, while carrying a heavy river on her shoulder, and patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. Qin Xiang pinched her beautiful face and laughed. "Stupid girl, you're about to die, yet you're still so happy. You seem to be stronger and stronger." "Of course, I've learned a lot from elder sister, so I'm here to have a fight," Lung Yulan said excitedly, as he had already taken his stance. Long Huishan smacked her perky bottom and scolded her. "At such a time, why are you still fighting with your own people? You need to conserve your strength to deal with such a dangerous situation." Dragon Queen, "I am truly sorry for causing you all to fall into such a predicament." Yan Shan walked over and said guiltily. He did not think that Qin Xiang and Long Huishan's relations, H.I.+P, was so close it looked like they were relatives. "It's fine. No one would have expected that. We are already very grateful that you all were able to invite us to excavate that precious land." Long Huishan laughed. He did not have any intention to blame Sacred Source Ancient Realm. "There's strength in numbers. Let's find a way out together," Yan Shan said. Long Huishan nodded his head. "We have been traveling continuously for a few days. Let's rest first." Following that, everyone stopped to rest while Qin Xiang went to the side. "Brother, I have another sister. When can I meet her? I wonder if she's powerful or not." Lung Yulan sat on the ground. With his back facing the big tree, he grabbed a few stones from the ground and threw them towards the crows that were cawing in the air. "She's very powerful. In the future, let Big Sis take you to the hundreds of flowers immortal country, and you'll be able to see her." Qin Xiang was the same as Lung Yulan, using a stone to smash those demonic crows. "Yulan, do you want the sacred sword? I have a heavenly evil sword here." Qin Xiang took out the heavenly evil sword and handed it over to Lung Yulan. Lung Yulan took it, waved it a few times, and then gave it back to Qin Xiang. She snorted. "Too light, too small. Doesn't seem to have any killing intent. It's not suitable for me to use." She took out her large sword that was as big as her palm. It was a middle-grade immortal equipment and looked extremely heavy, almost as tall as a person. The heavy sword and Lung Yulan, this tall and killing intent lady, matched each other well. For so many years, her weapons were made by her and Xian Xian. She was Lu Menger's disciple and also refiner, so most weapons were made by herself, which was why she came here to look for materials to create a powerful sword for herself in the future. "I've seen Xiao Ling before. Luckily, I didn't call her here. Otherwise, she would have been scared." Lung Yulan laughed. "Little Ling's strength is not bad. I train her specially every day, and her improvement is very obvious. Are you always pestering her? If you let her be your sparring partner, you will bully her. She is your little sister. Qin Xiang scolded her as he scratched her nose. Lang Yulan looked at Duanming, who was standing far away, and asked with a low voice, "Elder brother, who is this uncle? He looks to be very powerful, and I feel that he's in danger. When he looked at me just now, he gave me a huge shock." "You should have heard about the matter regarding me at the Immortal Sword Conference, right?" Qin Xiang asked. "Yes." Lang Yulan immediately thought of something and said in a low voice, "So this is the guy who stole the divine sword." Although it was a middle-grade immortal sword, she liked it a lot. Furthermore, it was forged by herself. She was afraid that it would be taken away by Duanming. Qin Xiang couldn't help but laugh. "Senior Yen, have you invited the people from Hundreds of Flowers Immortal Country over yet?" Qin Xiang shouted to the nearby Yen Shan. "They did, but they didn't say." Yen Shan said, "I wonder how many people entered this evil divine palace." "Sis, how did you enter the evil divine palace?" Qin Xiang asked again. Long Huishan sighed. "We just saw a dilapidated palace, and then a rotten door appeared. After knowing that it was the evil divine palace, I immediately led my people away, but before I knew it, they were right inside. They and Qin Xiang were the same. They entered the room the moment they saw the signboard. 'Let's wait until daybreak before leaving,' Qin Xiang said. She leaned against his shoulder and closed her eyes to rest. With Qin Xiang by her side, she felt very safe. Qin Xiang held onto the heavenly evil sword and channeled his divine power inside, carefully looking at the map inside. The heavenly evil sword was guiding them to this place, but met the evil divine palace, which made him feel that it was too much of a coincidence. Everyone rested quietly until the sun rose. They were awoken by the sudden sound of a dragon's roar. There was actually a dragon inside. Imperial Dragon Clan's dragon had also entered. Everyone was thinking at the same time, "It's very possible that it's the Imperial Dragon Clan." Long Huishan said with a darkened face, "Our relations. HI plus P with the Imperial Dragon Clan is not that good, so it's better to avoid them. We don't want to have any conflicts with them in this place." It was not just Long Huishan and the others. Qin Xiang did not want to fight with the Imperial Dragon Clan either. However, the direction of the sound came from the direction where the branches were thicker, the direction they had decided to go. "We're going that way." Qin Xiang explained the reason why they were heading that way. After Long Huishan finished listening, he looked at an old man dressed in white who nodded his head. "That old man is a very powerful ice dragon. I wonder how the Long family found the ice dragons that had left the Imperial Dragon Clan." Long Shui whispered to Qin Xiang, "Let's go on our way. This D.A.M. N place will change every single day." Yen Shan said, "The beast tide that they had encountered earlier had left a shadow in their hearts. There were already 200 people. Their overall strength was not weak. This made everyone less afraid. They set off early in the morning. It was almost noon when the gray clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed. A burst of scorching sunlight suddenly shone down. The clouds all moved away and a blue sky appeared in the sky, but no one could be happy because there were 9 suns in the sky. The clouds all moved away and a blue sky appeared in the sky, but no one could be happy because there were 9 suns in the sky. Bloody sun. Lang Yulan cursed under her breath and threw away the burning bamboo hat on her head. However, her white hair was still undamaged. As Long Shui had said, her hair was extremely tough. Even if she had some sharp weapons, it would be difficult to cut it. Bloody sun. Lang Yulan cursed under her breath and threw away the burning bamboo hat on her head. However, her white hair was still undamaged. As Long Shui had said, her hair was extremely tough. Even if she had some sharp weapons, it would be difficult to cut it. Qin Xiang stroked her long ponytail, removing some of the dust. "Those who can't stand it, everyone come and take an ice crystal," Long Huishan took out a pile of sparkling and translucent ice crystals. These were all spiritual crystal-s, but they contained a very rich, icy, immortal aura. Those who were scorched by the heat took a piece of the meat and absorbed the icy, immortal aura on it. They immediately felt much more comfortable and were able to dispel the scorching energy. Brother, can you withstand it? Do you want me to place some of the ice-cold innate chi on you to make you feel comfortable? Leng Yulan laughed. Don't look down on me. I've been to hotter places before. Chun Xiang laughed. He had been to the core of the earth before. It was indeed a very hot place. The dragon's roar from before only came once before it disappeared, and they did not sense any signs of the dragon's presence along the way. This made them feel that it was very strange, because from the sound they should be very close to where the accident happened. But this was still a large tree without leaves, and there were no signs of damage to the ground. Don't move! Duan Ming suddenly shouted. Now, everyone knew that he was the ranker Hues, and Nateeth Si had the immortal sword away. Although he did not say much, he had a lot of prestige in the crowd. Just as Duan Ming finished shouting, everyone felt a gust of wind that was not too bad, and in the midst of the wind, there was even some white dust. These are ashes. The dragon was burned to ashes. The Long family's mysterious ice dragon said solemnly, That's right. Could it be that the dragon was killed in a single strike? Judging from that dragon roar, it should be quite powerful. No matter what, it is a dragon king, yet it was turned to dust in an instant. Long Huishan looked around warily. This is the evil divine palace. Back then, the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord was trapped for more than 1,000 years before coming out. A dragon king being killed in an instant is a very normal thing. Even if it's a dragon that enters the immortal becoming realm, it wouldn't be unusual for it to die here. Everybody be extra careful. Duan Ming said in a serious tone, intentionally or unintentionally looking at the ice dragon. After entering the immortal becoming realm, one would be able to reach the level of a semi-sage expert. They would be able to kill the immortal king with a raise of a hand, but many immortal kings would find it difficult to enter the immortal becoming realm. Some would have stagnated for tens of thousands of years without making any breakthroughs. Just as everyone was thinking about what Duan Ming had said, Leng Yulan suddenly shouted and looked up at the sky. Leng Yulan pointed to a blazing sun. There were 9 suns in the sky, with different sizes. The one Leng Yulan pointed to was the biggest one, and this sun was actually changing. At this time, the temperature had also become much higher. Everyone stared at the blazing sun that was emitting a red glow. It was no longer circular and was constantly twisting as if it was going to turn into something. The changing sun suddenly exploded with a burst of brilliance, and soon after, a flaming crow appeared. This crow was the same size as the rest of the crows, swooping down. As the crow swooped down, a scorching hot air pressure suddenly enveloped the area, and the large trees suddenly burst into flames. This is a profound young fire crow. Long Shui exclaimed, This thing is very strong, and it's something that can evolve into a holy beast. It's the profound young fire crow. Everyone be careful. Don't get hit by the feather he released. Duan Ming shouted, and then he took out his divine sword and rushed towards the profound young fire crow that was diving down. We can't provoke you, yet you are attacking us. You are courting death. The divine sword in Duan Ming's hand suddenly thrust it out, like a bolt of purple lightning. It flew straight towards the profound young fire crow. The profound young fire crow let out a miserable shriek after being hit, causing people to feel an indescribable chill under the scorching sun. I understand these suns are not real suns, and the closer we get, the bigger these suns become, and the easier it is for us to be attacked. Leng Yulan said, Perhaps every sun is an ancient fire beast. Leng Yulan had the white dragon inheritance, so she knew a lot of things, except that she hid it very well. This profound young fire crow is indeed a fire beast from ancient times. Legend has it that there was a chance to become a holy beast, but it suddenly disappeared. I never expected it to be here. The old ice dragon from the Long family said. The profound young fire crow was sent flying by Duan Ming's sword, but it remained unscathed and flew towards Duan Ming furiously. Its speed was extremely fast, and the flames on its body had already turned blood red. This animal is really hard to deal with. He has lost all sense of reason. Duan Ming held the divine sword and slashed at the berserk, profound young fire crow. Duan Ming's strength was also very terrifying. He could fight head-on with the profound young fire crow, and every time his divine sword struck the profound young fire crow, it would release a burst of sparks. The sparks would fall to the ground, like meteorites, leaving a large crater on the ground. The history of the evil divine palace is much older than the era of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Those who enter this place and are unable to leave will eventually become the slaves that protect the evil divine palace. The old ice dragon looked at the other 8 sons and said, "It seems that if we want to leave this place, we have to face those 8 monsters. As long as we approach them, they will show themselves. Do you need my help?" The old ice dragon shouted to Duan Ming, "No need, you protect them. Don't let them get ambushed." Although this profound young fire crow has lost its intelligence, it still has that cunning nature of its. "I was almost tricked just now," Duan Ming shouted. Long Huishan frowned. He couldn't go on like this, because Duan Ming's strength was on par with that profound young fire crow, and profound young fire crow were beasts. They were stronger than humans in many aspects. "Elder, is there a way?" Long Huishan asked. "Let me try and see if I can freeze this thing." The old ice dragon took the opportunity and suddenly roared, like a dragon's roar. It spat out a ball of white light and instantly struck the profound young fire crow. The profound young fire crow was immediately frozen and turned into an ice sculpture, falling down. But just as it was about to land on the ground, the ice suddenly melted, and following that, the profound young fire crow let out an angry roar. It flapped its wings, flapping out a few feathers that were burning with red flames. The old ice dragon roared, and its body shook, releasing a burst of extremely terrifying cold chi, forming a huge ice wall in front of it, blocking the profound young fire crow's feathers. The profound young fire crow was about to carry out a second round of attack, but Duan Ming had already launched an attack. He waved his sword, releasing a ray of purple lightning that struck forward, and when it got near, it pierced forward even more crazily. But the profound young fire crow's body was extremely terrifying, and even with the divine sword, it was difficult to harm him. The profound young fire crow once again flew into the air, fighting with Duan Ming. The old ice dragon also did not try again, because it would only attract angry attacks from the profound young fire crow. "This can't go on," Qin Xiang said. "Do you have any good ideas?" Long Huishan asked anxiously. She knew that Qin Xiang had a lot of tricks up her sleeves, otherwise she would not have obtained the inheritance of the ice dragon. Qin Xiang thought for a while, then said, "I have a way to try it. Senior, when you freeze this profound young fire crow again, it would be best if it could be frozen for a little longer." "All right, I hope you have a way to suppress this crazy fire crow." The old ice dragon knew that Qin Xiang was different from the others. When he was on his way here, he had already known that Qin Xiang, by himself, had defeated the sea beast. He did not ask what Qin Xiang wanted to do. "Senior Duan, keep the fire ravens away." Qin Xiang shouted, "I have a way to deal with this thing." Duan Ming activated his strength and fiercely slashed at the flying profound young fire crow, producing a burst of brilliant cremation. If it was at night, this would definitely be very beautiful. The profound young fire crow was sent flying far away by that sword. The old ice dragon seized the opportunity and released a ball of light filled with dense ice-cold energy, striking towards the profound young fire crow. When they saw the old ice dragon make a move, Qin Xiang immediately disappeared and used the power of the spatial laws to travel through. No one thought that Qin Xiang would actually go over personally. It was extremely dangerous because once Profound Young Fire Crow broke the ice, they would attack Qin Xiang. Duan Ming hurried to catch up, but Qin Xiang had already reached the bottom of the fall of the Profound Young Fire Crow. Just as everyone was worried that the Profound Young Fire Crow would be able to break the ice, Qin Xiang suddenly released the Divine Furnace, controlling it to become larger, allowing it to very accurately catch the Profound Young Fire Crow. Qin Xiang had a divine cauldron, so everyone knew about this. However, since the divine cauldron did not have a lid, their power was greatly reduced. It was extremely difficult to seal the Profound Young Fire Crow inside it. Just as everyone was disappointed, a lid suddenly appeared on top of the divine cauldron. The moment the lid appeared, the divine furnace began to fiercely shake, emitting a rumbling sound. The flames inside the divine furnace had already broken through the ice, but they were trapped inside the divine furnace and crazily crashed inside. Qin Xiang was quite far away from the divine cauldron, but the divine cauldron was still floating in the air and was shaking intensely from the weight of the Profound Young Fire Crow inside. This brat actually has the lid of the divine furnace. The old ice dragon sighed. Seeing how powerful Qin Xiang was, Leng Yulan laughed. Who knows, this Profound Young Fire Crow might be caught by Big Brother. This is a good thing. No matter which power I have enmity with, I will send it over to wherever it is. I might be able to exterminate the clan. They did not expect Qin Xiang's sister to be so fierce. If she really wanted to do this, forget about Qin Xiang's enemies. Even the destruction of an immortal palace was a normal thing. Qin Xiang had only wanted to give it a try at first. He never thought that the sealing power of the divine furnace would be so strong. He slowly approached the divine cauldron and released his divine power, controlling the runes inside the divine hall to suppress the Profound Young Fire Crow. Isn't this the divine cauldron? Why would it be sealed? Just at this time, Qin Xiang heard someone shouting from afar. He was shocked and anxiously walked over, causing the shaking divine furnace to shrink, and Duan Ming also came over to his side. It was the people from the Imperial Dragon Clan. Just a while ago, a dragon had died here, and the people from the Imperial Dragon Clan came here was also something that Qin Xiang and the others had expected. With Duan Ming here, Qin Xiang was nothing to be afraid of. Just a while ago, a dragon had died here, and the people from the Imperial Dragon Clan came here was also something that Qin Xiang and the others had expected. With Duan Ming here, Qin Xiang was nothing to be afraid of. Imperial Dragon Clan had also entered the evil Divine Palace. They had come here with a lot of dragons, around 30 of them. After Qin Xiang kept the Divine Cauldron, he saw a group of benevolent dragons running over, with Dragon Emperor right inside. They saw Qin Xiang and also saw Duan Ming. Back then, when they were still in Night Devil H.E.L., Dragon Emperor had witnessed Duan Ming's strength and knew that Duan Ming was a very powerful human. However, he was not afraid now, because this time an old dragon from the Imperial Dragon Clan had followed them here. That old dragon was very strong. Long Shui and Long Huishan immediately sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang, telling him to be careful of that old dragon. A dragon had died here, and Qin Xiang and the others were also present. When Dragon Emperor arrived, he immediately thought that Qin Xiang and the others had killed it and became furious. Qin Xiang, it's you guys again. Dragon Emperor roared, the golden armor shook, and an angry dragon, Qi, surged out from the cracks in the armor, releasing waves after waves of golden light. So what if it's us? Could it be that this evil divine palace is yours and doesn't allow us to appear here? Long Huishan and the rest had already rushed to Qin Xiang's side to prevent conflicts from breaking out, so that they could take action in time. Did you just kill a dragon here? Dragon Emperor asked angrily. No, before we came, that dragon was already dead. Can't you see how gray the ground is? It should be that dragon's ashes. Qin Xiang said, but Dragon Emperor did not believe him. The dozens of dragons were filled with righteous indignation, and it seemed like they were going to attack him. This is real. There were originally 9 suns in the sky, and one of the profound young fire crow turned into that of us. When we came here, we were attacked by the profound young fire crow, so that dragon of yours should have been killed by the profound young fire crow. Yen Shan said as he walked out. His sacred source ancient realm was a neutral power, so his words had quite the weight. In the end, the profound young fire crow was sealed by Chun Xiang's divine cauldron, and all of you saw the divine cauldron just now. The Dragon Emperor and the others thought that Yen Shan's words were not wrong. Their dragon had died a long time ago, but there was an intense battle just now, and there were still remnants of ice energy at the scene. They also discovered that Long Huishan also had a very powerful old ice dragon. The Imperial Dragon Clan's dragon was only slightly weaker than the Dragon Emperor. If one wanted to kill it, there was no need for Duanming and the old ice dragon to join hands and attack it. However, with Chun Xiang here, no matter what, they had to get back at him for something. Furthermore, they saw Chun Xiang's divine furnace just now. The divine cauldron had the functions of defense, attack, and smithing. This sort of multi-purpose divine equipment was extremely precious. It could even be said to be more precious than Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword-S. Maybe the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword was also refined from this divine cauldron. Then hand over the profound young fire crow. We need to avenge our fellow countrymen, Dragon Emperor said as he looked at Qin Xiang. Why should I give it to you? I finally managed to catch it. Moreover, this profound young fire crow is so precious. Even if you say that you'll give it to me, you guys might still be able to tame it. Chun Xiang snorted, although he was currently unable to handle the profound young fire crow. But he would eventually think of a way to unearth the value of the profound young fire crow. If I don't give it to you, do you want to rob it? Long Huishan laughed coldly. If you have the guts, come at me. I want to see if you have the ability to S-N-A-T-C-H the profound young fire crow away. Duanming had already revealed his divine sword. I have no enmity with Imperial Dragon Clan, but if you want to deal with my friends, don't blame me for being rude. Dragon Emperor took a few steps back and came to the side of the old holy dragon. It seemed that they were communicating with each other through sound transmission. But what worried Qin Xiang was that the old holy dragon, Dragon Emperor, and a few dragons would look at Lung Yulan from time to time. Qin Xiang had the help of the White Dragon and also obtained a lot of Dragon Clan's inheritance. This was a matter that everyone knew, but no one knew where the White Dragon was. However, after their investigation, they felt that Lung Yulan was very good, because a long time ago there was an example of a person with white hair being born after the fusion of a white dragon and a human. Lung Yulan was Chun Xiang's recognized sister. If she had the inheritance of knowledge from the White Dragon Clan, pass, sing it down to Qin Xiang was a very normal thing. The White Dragon was the Imperial Dragon Clan's nightmare. Even the humans who possessed White Dragon vein posed a huge threat to them. Qin Xiang clenched his fists tightly. He felt that Lung Yulan was already under threat, but he didn't have the absolute strength to fight against the Imperial Dragon Clan. Let's go. After Dragon Emperor and the others left, Qin Xiang and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to fight, this battle would definitely be very tragic and fierce. Now that they were still in Evil Divine Palace and danger lurked everywhere, both sides did not want to suffer any losses. They should be able to see that there's white dragon vein in Yulan's body now. You should pay more attention in the future. Don't let Yulan run around. Qin Xiang whispered to Long Huishan. Long Huishan had also detected it just now, so she replied, I understand. Looks like I have to make Yulan stronger quickly so that she can be safer. Duanming said, This group of Emperor Dragons are not stupid. They know that fighting here is not good for anyone. Right now, the most important thing is to leave this Ned place. Everyone hurried. They said that the direction they were going was closer and closer to the sun, and the sun was formed from an ancient beast, so it was very powerful, and Chun Xiang's divine cauldron could not be opened either, if not the profound young fire crow would run out. If I still encounter those powerful ancient beasts, I'll have to fight to the bitter end. Duan Ming had already made his preparations. He was a scattered immortal, and although he was strong, the ancient beasts were existences that could become holy beasts in the ancient era. They were already very strong, so it was not bad that he could fight them evenly. As they were talking, everyone suddenly felt the temperature drop a little bit. They looked up and saw that a sun had disappeared. This situation meant that the sun had turned into an ancient beast and was currently in battle. Who fought with that ancient beast? Is it the Imperial Dragon Clan's group? But they don't seem to be heading in this direction. Long Huishan said, "Seems like quite a few powerful forces have entered the evil Divine Palace. Who knows, maybe everyone who enters the evil Dragon Mountain Range will enter." Yen Shan said. He frowned as he looked at the bright light ahead. That should be the place to fight. Everyone was puzzled. There must have been a huge commotion from the intense battle in front, but it seemed so calm now. "I seem to have seen that before," Yen Shan muttered. "What is it?" Qinxiang asked anxiously. "That glowing object seems to be a divine tool used by our sacred source ancient realms domain lords. Its name is the evil suppressing peg. Oh, of the 9 sons, and it was left behind by the ancestor of our sacred source ancient realm." Yen Shan said. The sacred source ancient realm also had a long history. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become a very powerful force, and even established a good relations to HDI, plus P with many powerful forces. The sacred source ancient realm also had a long history. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become a very powerful force, and even established a good relations. HI plus P with many powerful forces. Just when Yen Shan was unsure, a strong golden light flashed from far away. A giant golden peg. Oh, appeared and pressed down fiercely. It really is the domain lord. This is the 9 yang suppressing evil peg. Oda, I didn't expect it to force the domain lord to use his strongest power. I wonder what kind of ancient beast he encountered. Yen Shan said, "Come, let's go take a look. It seems like that ancient beast isn't easy to deal with either. Let's go and help," said. He was quite excited to meet a strong human warrior. Although the old ice dragon was very strong, it was not a human after all. It was not easy to compare the two. Duan Ming was the fastest. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old ice dragon did not leave. He wanted to protect the people here and follow the group. There's someone ahead. Long Huishan saw a group of people walking towards them and immediately stopped. "Isn't that Luo Yitao?" Long Shui said, "This guy recovered so quickly. Looks like your punch isn't heavy enough." That day, Chen Xiang's punch had completely disfigured Luo Yitao, and he hated Qin Xiang to the core. "Brother, this fellow is Luo Yitao, right? Master is already engaged to him. I heard about what happened last time you were outside the Divine Sword Palace. This kind of fellow is asking to be beaten up. I've long heard that he's not a good guy, and he still wants to marry Master." Lang Yulan had always been complaining about this matter, and she had also asked about Luo Yitao's matter. Luo Yitao's cultivation was much higher than Qin Xiang's. He was at the late stage of a mortal monarch, but he was beaten up by Qin Xiang until the ground was covered in teeth. This matter had already turned him into a laughingstock. When he saw Chen Xiang from afar, his anger surged, and he rushed over with killing intent. Qin Xiang also saw Lu Zhongyu and Song Ying. Lu Menger and Xue Xianxian did not stay by their side, causing him to worry. Seeing that Luo Yitao had such a strong killing intent, Yen Shan immediately walked forward and stood in front of Qin Xiang. He was not afraid of Luo Yitao. Sacred Source Ancient Realm and Heaven Sword City both had a large amount of refining materials. But the people of Sacred Source Ancient Realm were much older than him, and their strength was also much stronger. Seeing Yen Shan suddenly standing out, Luo Yitao knew that Sacred Source Ancient Realm was protecting Qin Xiang. "Yen Shan, get out of the way." Luo Yitao roared. "Qin Xiang, come out and fight with me fair and square." Qin Xiang said, "I also want to fight him fair and square, but I am only at the late period of human immortal, and you are at the late stage of immortal monarch. Brother, I'll go out in your place. I'm already a mortal monarch. If I go out to fight, I'll castrate him and see if he still dares to marry my master. Lung Yulan took out her large sword and stabilized the armor on her body. After Luo Yitao heard this, his anger rose even higher. This was because a woman actually arrogantly said that she wanted to castrate him, and if he didn't take it out on her, how would he meet others in the future? Where's Xian Xian and the elder sister Menger? Chen Xiang did not care about Luo Yitao and anxiously asked Lu Zhongyu and Songying. Songying knew that Chen Xiang was worried about him and smiled with grat. One toot. They have met Warm Moon and that foolish girl, so they did not plan to come. Dongfang Xinyue and Dongfang Jing were together, and Chen Xiang had also heard of their whereabouts in the hall before, but he didn't receive any news as they had never thought that they would also be here. He really wanted to meet Dongfang Xinyue and Dongfang Jing. It's good that they didn't come. This evil divine palace is very dangerous. Qin Xiang let out a light breath. After Lung Yulan, who was shouting about fighting at the side, heard this, he said with a face full of regret, "It's such a pity. I also want to refine equipment with them. I really want to quickly leave this D.A.M. Ned place. It's all right. After we get out, we, the sacred source ancient realm, can provide you with some ingredients to refine." Yen Shan laughed. "Your senior brothers haven't come yet, but they said that they would come here to take a look. I really hope they don't come in." Lu Zhongyu said. Luo Yitao, who was ignored by the SES, was enraged to the extreme. He stayed in the Heaven Sword City all day as if he was a star, but here, he did not even have a single route. No one even looked at him directly. "Chen Xiang, I was unprepared that day, so I fell for your trick." Luo Yitao shouted in anger. "I remember that you were the one who sat there foolishly and let me beat you up. That's why I had the chance. But if I were to fight face to face right now, I wouldn't be able to beat you, and I wouldn't be able to admit defeat here." Chen Xiang didn't have the mood to fight him right now. He needed to preserve his strength to deal with the sudden critical situation inside the evil divine palace. "I can beat him, bro. Just let me beat him up," Lung Yulan pleaded. Even though she was very reckless, she was very obedient in front of Qin Xiang and did not dare to be rash. Lung Yulan stood at Qin Xiang's back and shouted at Luo Yitao, "Come and fight me. You can't even beat me, so don't even think of defeating my brother, and don't even think of marrying my master." Qin Xiang looked at Long Huishan, and Long Huishan nodded to him. Had stayed with her for a period of time, and had received Long Huishan's training for the Draconians, so her potential had been stimulated a lot. "Then she can go. I also want to see how strong she is right now, and how well she's mastered the White Dragon's inheritance." Long Shuai said, "With me here, I can guarantee that not a single hair on her head will fall off. She is also my good sister." "Little girl, shut up. Not to mention you. Even you siblings along with Lu Menger and his disciple are not my match." Luo Yitao said very arrogantly, "The Dragon Emperor is also here, so if you have the guts, go and chop off his arm." The Dragon Emperor even brought a few small dragons with him. "If you have the guts, go and kill an old lady. Forget about the Imperial Dragon Clan. Even if it's the Fire Divine Palace and the Devil-Suppressing Divine Palace, my brother would still kill a strong immortal king, and you could try to kill him. Even if you can kill him, your father, your grandfather, and your grandfather won't be able to protect you. My brother doesn't want to fight with you because in his eyes you are just a pile of dog-s, H-I+T. Whoever has nothing better to do will fight with a pile of dog-s, H-I+T. Qin Xiang secretly sighed. Lung Yulan's ability to scold had always been valiant. Furthermore, she could not do it often, so she could only move her mouth. "You, D-A-M-N girl. Good, you're very strong, aren't you? Fine. I'll defeat you today and let you see my strength. If I lose to a little girl like you, I'll give you the newly forged holy sword." Luo Yitao took out his divine sword, which was crafted by the Divine Sword Palace, of the type that was slim, Leng Yulan naturally looked down on it. But as a refiner, she naturally knew that this divine sword was the most expensive one. Bro. Leng Yulan yelled in a spoiled manner. Bro. Leng Yulan yelled in a spoiled manner. Go. Be careful. Also, you must win back his holy sword. Otherwise, don't say that you're my sister from now on. Chun Xiang smiled and pinched her face. Leng Yulan immediately said with excitement, Don't worry, I will definitely teach him a lesson and let him know that he can't accompany elder sister Menger. When she was speaking, Leng Yulan looked at Qin Xiang with a gaze that carried a deeper meaning. She already understood the relations. H.I. plus P between Lu Menger and Qin Xiang. Song Ying and Lu Zhongyu helplessly looked at each other, then stood far away. They knew Leng Yulan's personality very well. Leng Yulan had stayed in Human King Immortal Country for a period of time, but she never thought that Leng Yulan's strength would increase so fast, to the point he even dared to challenge Luo Yitao. Amongst the people who came with Luo Yitao just now, there were a few elders and youths from Heaven's Sword City. Dai Yongqing from Divine Sword Palace was also here. You only have a middle-grade immortal sword, right? Doesn't your sworn brother have many powerful weapons? He won't even give you a single one. It seems like he really doesn't care about you. Luo Yitao looked at the big sword in Leng Yulan's hand. Although it looked very domineering, it was only a middle-grade immortal equipment. Don't you know that I am a refiner, a weapon that was forged by Refiner himself? Although the sword in my hand is not a high-grade weapon, it was created by me using my own blood and sweat, and in my heart, I feel that it is stronger than any divine weapon. Leng Yulan said sarcastically. From the collection of materials to the production of the cauldron, they were all completed by me alone, and I have never relied on anyone. So what if you have the holy sword, and it was not bestowed to you by the person behind you? What kind of ability is that? Your life is just good, not to mention that you can't bring out the power of the holy sword. In my eyes, you are just slightly stronger than those pieces of metal. You sharp-tongued girl, I'll see if your strength is as strong as your mouth right now. Luo Yitao's entire body was originally filled with rage. He could not win against Leng Yulan in a bickering match, but in terms of strength he had absolute confidence. Luo Yitao stomped her foot and fiercely jumped forward. The holy sword in her hand released a cold qi. Bringing an extremely strong killing intent, she pierced towards Leng Yulan's neck like lightning. You foppish little tch. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant for. Seeing Luo Yitao's sharp sword coming towards him, Leng Yulan slapped his hand in disdain, causing the holy sword to emit a buzzing sound. Luo Yitao was of the late stage of a mortal monarch. Although he was a little arrogant, he and Hifeng were pretty much the same in terms of strength, so when he got serious, he was still very scary. And the power of that sword also proved that Qin Xiang could still think about it, but it was very powerful. However, Leng Yulan casually opened it with a palm. Leng Yulan, who usually looked rather crude, did not think that he would be so focused, because the place she had struck just now was just enough to disperse the energy that had condensed on top of the holy sword. From the very beginning, Leng Yulan had been carefully observing the holy sword in Luo Yitao's hand, and had even delved deep into its internal parts to A. In A lies the holy sword as weakness, and had indeed been found by her. After all, she had read that divine book before with Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue, and there was a large amount of profound formations and refining related things inside. Moreover, she herself had the white dragon inheritance, so digesting those things wasn't too difficult for her. Luo Yitao felt the power on his own holy sword being scattered by a palm. The remaining power was not enough to break Leng Yulan's defense, and he anxiously took a few steps back, just in time to avoid Leng Yulan's heavy sword. If he did not dodge quickly, he might have been struck in the throat. Leng Yulan's sword was very long, almost as tall as her, and she was also wearing armor, making her look more imposing and dysprosium. Although that Luo Yitao was as tall as her, when compared to her, he looked somewhat small and small. I didn't expect you to cultivate the innate chi of ice magic. Leng Yulan laughed. So what? Luo Yitao laughed coldly. Don't think that just because you used your flames that you can suppress my frost innate chi. The cultivation method I cultivate is close to the existence of a divine art. It's a saint-rank cultivation method. So what? My cultivation technique is still ice wind magic kung fu, but I never brag about it with others. Lan Yulan's large sword suddenly trembled, and waves of frost appeared on it. Lang Yulan could cultivate the cold energy of ice and fire at the same time, and she seemed to have reached the stage where she was compatible with ice and fire. Song Ing also understood the ice wind magic kung fu, which was something she had said on to Lu Meng'er. Don't be complacent. Luo Yitao blamed himself secretly. He did not understand the people around Qinxiang. He never expected Lang Yulan to be so powerful. Lang Yulan took a step forward, but he suddenly disappeared, while the spectators in the distance only felt a gust of cold wind blowing in all directions, and at the place of the battlefield, the wind was extremely chaotic. This is the divine wind steps. I didn't expect her to master it so quickly. Song Ying chuckled. Bai Yu said, the divine wind steps is a very profound type of stride. It comes from inside the ice wind magic kung fu. When used, it causes a chaotic gust of wind to appear, so no one can catch her movements. Everyone had heard of the ice wind magic kung fu, but the more famous divine wind steps usually required the strength of a late-stage immortal monarch or even an immortal king to master it, because it required a large amount of innate chi and divine sense to be used. However, Lang Yulan could now use it very easily, causing many of the older generation to be amazed. Luo Yitao's forehead was covered in sweat. He obviously knew how powerful the divine wind steps were. He cultivated the ice-cold innate chi and understood the ice wind magic kung fu very well. The reason he wanted to marry Lu Meng'er was also so that he could obtain the ice wind magic kung fu. It's here, Long Shui said softly. Suddenly, there was a blizzard, blowing fiercely towards Luo Yitao. In the moment of the blizzard, Lang Yulan had also appeared behind Luo Yitao, and before anyone could see how she appeared, they noticed that the snow on the ground was dyed red, and Lang Yulan's sword had pierced through Luo Yitao's back, going through her body, and blood was dripping from the sword. Humph! With just this bit of ability, you still have the nerve to act so arrogantly in front of my brother. Lang Yulan quickly S-N-A-T-C had away the holy sword in Luo Yitao's hand, then kicked his Bu-T-T and sent him flying. The snow quickly melted. After all, there were still 7 suns in the sky. However, the group had cooled down a bit just now. How did Lang Yulan appeared, and how did he break through Luo Yitao's defense? With a sword, he pierced through Luo Yitao's body, causing many of the experts spectating at the side to not understand, because all of this was too sudden. Luo Yitao had armor on his body. As the genius young master of Heaven's Sword City, his protective armor was definitely strong, but Lang Yulan had effortlessly stabbed through it. It's the power of the ancestral dragon, Dai Yongcheng said softly and glanced at Qinxiang. Long Shui laughed. Just now, we used a transformation technique on her, turning her into a snowstorm. Those who are enveloped by the snowstorm are equivalent to being locked on by her. As long as she finds that fellow's gap with a thought, she can immediately appear and attack. Little naughty dragon, don't spout nonsense. I have never done such a wicked thing, but you have always instigated me to do it. Also, you have taught me how to use the transformation techniques. Qunxiang said snappily. There were still many elders from the Heaven's Sword City here, so Lang Yulan did not try to kill them. Otherwise, there would be a conflict between her and the Heaven's Sword City right now. There were still many elders from the Heaven's Sword City here, so Lang Yulan did not try to kill them. Otherwise, there would be a conflict between her and the Heaven's Sword City right now. Lang Yulan had only pierced Luo Yitao's body and injected a very strong ice innate chi into his body, freezing the blood in his body, which did not cause him any serious injuries, but Luo Yitao had to at least rest for a good period of time. Right now, he was supported up by the elders and trembled with anger at Chen Xiang and Lin Yulan. Luo Yitao and Lu Meng'er had an arranged marriage. He had been extremely arrogant in front of Lu Meng'er previously, but he couldn't even defeat the other party's head disciple, and had even lost to him because of a holy sword. Just thinking about it made him feel that he wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of Lu Meng'er in the future, let alone marry Lu Meng'er. Lang Yulan proudly waved the holy sword in front of Chen Xiang and laughed. "Brother, do you want some? I'll give it to you. Keep it for yourself." Chen Xiang patted his head and laughed. Dai Yongqing sighed helplessly. They had forged this holy sword, but not long after it had appeared in Luo Yitao's hands, it had changed masters, causing him to feel extremely moved. "I will exchange some holy-level materials with sacred source, ancient realm. This sword is too small. I am not happy at all with it." Lang Yulan danced a few times as he curled his lips. Furthermore, he could tell that Lang Yulan had hidden quite a bit of his strength. No wonder she was so confident. Long Huishan seemed to know about it too, which made him feel at ease to let her come out and fight. In the distance, Duan Ming and the Sacred Source Ancient Realms Domain Lord were battling with an ancient beast. At this moment, the aura coming from that direction was getting weaker and weaker, as though one of the parties was being suppressed by them. Indeed, when everyone saw two people walking over from afar, they surprised Chen Xiang. He did not expect that the Sacred Source Ancient Realms Domain Lord would actually be as strong as Duan Ming. In these 9 days, there were still many hidden rankers, but they were not known. Someone had told Chen Xiang before. Now that there were only 7 suns in the sky, Chen Xiang was very curious about what the ancient beast looked like. It's a wolf, probably a heavenly flame wolf. In ancient times, a meteorite fell into the sacred beast's ancient realm, and there was a wolf inside, namely that heavenly flame wolf. Although it can't be considered bad, it still likes to cause trouble, and in the end it disappeared, never expecting it to become the evil G.O.D. servant. Long Shui said, "Is it a saint beast?" Chen Xiang asked, "Not really, but if he was a little more obedient, he might have become a saint beast." "These are all from your inheritance of memories. Your inheritance of memories is increasing in number." Chen Xiang said, "Originally, Long Shui did not know these secrets of the ancient times, but now she seemed to know more and more. I have a lot of inherited memories. I'm slowly awakening." Long Shui said, but Chen Xiang felt that it was not that simple. He kept having the feeling that Long Shui had a lot of things to hide from him. After the ancient beasts were subdued, other than Luo Yitao, all the others had faces full of joy, waiting for the Domain Lord and Duan Ming to come over. Just as everyone revealed a relaxed smile, the world suddenly shook. Not only did the earth shake, but even the 7 suns in the sky were shaking. It was as if the entire SPAC was shaking. "Yulan, hurry over." Long Huishan anxiously grabbed Lang Yulan, because the tremors were getting more intense, and the sky started to turn dark. Chen Xiang raised his head to look at the sky, only to see that the SPAC in the sky was slowly collapsing, and the SPAC around him was collapsing. He could already see Lang Yulan and Long Huishan. The SPAC they were in seemed to be struck by a powerful force, and was split into many parts. "What's going on?" Chen Xiang stood where he was, and didn't move because the SPAC around him had started to collapse. He didn't know how to escape this predicament. "Be careful. This power seems to be directed at you. Someone is deliberately separating you from the others." Long Shui said, "I felt it just now that the spatial energy around you is more intense. I don't know who could actually use this kind of energy to control the slicing SPAC from afar and move it. Besides my enemies, who else would target me?" Chen Xiang snorted, he frowned and tensed up. Not long after the SPAC he was in gradually stabilized. The tremor had already disappeared, leaving only a slight shake. However, it was dark in all directions. The area you are in is beginning to merge with the other S, P, A, C, S. It seems like the S, P, A, C in the evil divine palace is formed piece by piece and can be moved however you wish. Only by controlling the spatial teleportation formation in the evil divine palace can you do that. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang clenched his fists. The area started to be covered in a hazy light. He knew who it was that was attacking him. The surroundings started to become clear, but Chun Xiang was suddenly unable to move. The innate qi in his body was simply unable to circulate from his dantian. He was actually sealed by a profound technique in his dantian, and even the divine sense qi in his mind was sealed by an extremely strong Jiao Di power. The person who could use this technique must be very strong, not weaker than Duanming, and he was a divine cultivator. Ha! Chun Xiang heard a burst of laughter, and it was a lot of people laughing. Following that, a group of people appeared in front of him, and amongst these people, there were quite a few that he had seen before. Fire Divine Palace, Xia Family, Devil Suppressing Divine Palace, and Heaven Sword City. Luo Yitao, who had previously fought with him and had also lost to him the Heavenly Evil Sword and the Devil Slayer Holy Sword, was present as well, laughing sinisterly. Chun Xiang, you won't be able to escape this time. A handsome man sneered. Looking at his clothes, he looked like he belonged to the Fire Divine Palace and had a scorching aura around him. He suspected that this person might be the head disciple of the Fire Emperor. He really is a divine cultivator. Fortunately, he was able to suppress his divine sense. Otherwise, he might have been able to use some divine powers to escape. An old man said. This was from the devil-suppressing divine palace. An elder from the Xie clan said solemnly, "Don't be in such a hurry to divide up the things you have on him. We did not capture him for his belongings." That old man from the Xie clan was very strong, probably the kind of old man with the same strength as Duanming. Chun Xiang could immediately sense that part of the power that imprisoned him came from that old man. There was also a middle-aged man from the Heaven Sword City, the head disciple of the Fire Emperor, and a golden-robed elder from the devil-suppressing divine palace. The furious Luo Yitao didn't care about all that. He went over to Chun Xiang and punched him hard, but Chun Xiang's body was extremely strong, causing him to feel pain in his fist. The furious Luo Yitao didn't care about all that. He went over to Chun Xiang and punched him hard, but Chun Xiang's body was extremely strong, causing him to feel pain in his fist. "Ancestor, why didn't you bring that white-haired girl over as well?" Luo Yitao said as he clenched his teeth. He never thought that Chun Xiang's fleshly body would be so terrifying. Bringing this brat over will consume a lot of our energy, and we can't use it a second time. The Sacred Source Ancient Realms Domain Lord and that Duan guy are both there, and if they break us, we will be affected by the backlash. The middle-aged man from the Heaven Sword City said. The muscles on Chun Xiang's face twitched. Luo Yitao actually had the idea of hitting Lin Yulan. He furiously glared and said in a low voice, "Your Heaven Sword City, especially you Luo Yitao, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. You won't be able to live for long. After using you, I'll force you to hand over some things. Then you can die." Luo Yitao sneered. "You can either kill me now, or I will definitely make you pay a heavy price if you let me escape." Chun Xiang coldly looked at the group of people. "Don't be stubborn. You don't have the chance to make a comeback right now." The disciple from the Fire Emperor sneered. "You should have a decent fire soul on you. At that time I can enjoy myself. All of you must die." Although he had fallen at the hands of these people, he still had a chance of escaping. This was because these people still wanted to use him to do something that they did not dare to do. They searched all over Chun Xiang's body, but they could not find any storage magic treasure. An old man pinched Chun Xiang's neck and said angrily, "Take out the Heavenly Evil Sword. If you cooperate, we might not kill you." Although Chun Xiang's divine sense was sealed, he could still use a bit of his power to open the ring and take out the Heavenly Evil Sword. The heavenly evil sword dropped to the ground, and the old man from the Siak clan picked it up and laughed. This thing will belong to us sooner or later. As long as we open up the Emperor's tomb and obtain his item, our strength will definitely increase by a large amount. The 9 heavens will be ours, haha. Qin Xiang looked around. This was a stone room. He never thought that evil Emperor's tomb would actually be inside evil Divine Palace. The appearance of evil Divine Palace must have been caused by the Xie clan, and they had long found the key to entering evil Emperor. Yi Tao, take him and lead the way. Luo Yi Tao replied as he walked to Qin Xiang's side with a face filled with viciousness. At this time, Qin Xiang was already tied up by a golden rope, and his feet were not tied up. Hurry up and leave. Luo Yi Tao hated Qin Xiang to the bones. He kicked Qin Xiang hard, causing him to fall to the ground. The elder from the Xie clan took the heavenly evil sword and walked to a wall. He placed the heavenly evil sword into a hole in the wall, and suddenly a sound came from the wall. Let's go in. Luo Yi Tao lifted Qin Xiang up and threw him into the sage inside the stone door to see if there were any traps. Qin Xiang was furious in his heart, but he could only endure it for now. In front of these strong warriors, he had no way of resisting, much less escaping. Take out your green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Your blade is needed here. The middle-aged man from the Heaven Sword City coldly said, It's best if you cooperate. If you don't want your wife to have any big matters in the future. Qin Xiang secretly clenched his teeth. He guessed that this person must be the person in charge of the Heaven Sword City, and should be the legendary Old City Lord without a doubt. But now he actually used Xue Xianxian to threaten him, which caused him to be extremely furious. He swore that as long as he could escape, he would pay any price to destroy the Heaven Sword City. His wife is not bad. When the time comes, I'll make sure she marries me. Luo Yi Tao laughed sinisterly. Qin Xiang turned her head and shot him a furious glance, then said to the old man, If you want something, then keep this B-A-S-T-A-R-D's foul mouth in mind, or else I'll kill myself and show you, and you won't get anything in the end. Old Luo, tell this brat to be more obedient. If Qin Xiang dies, we will die here in the end. The old man from the devil-suppressing Divine Palace said coldly, Yi Tao, restrain yourself. The Old City Lord scolded. The Fire Emperor disciple said to Qin Xiang, Quickly take out the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Stop nagging. Qin Xiang said, If you can help me slap that brat, I will immediately give you the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Really? Although the disciple of the Fire Emperor asked that, he had already slapped Luo Yi Tao's face, causing him to fly towards the wall. His hand was lighter, but it only slapped Luo Yi Tao's face until it was swollen. You, the Old City Lord, was furious. Fire Divine Palace Lord, are you saying that you don't exist? He's just a descendant of yours. He almost ruined our plans. If you bring him here for something as big as this, we have the power to teach him a lesson if he makes a mistake. Although they were cooperating their relations. H.I. plus P was not good. Qin Xiang looked at Luo Yi Tao's face full of anger and laughed heartily. Then he took out the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword and threw it at the Fire Divine Palace Lord. When the others saw this, they regretted that they did not hit Luo Yi Tao the same way. Otherwise, they would have been able to obtain the divine blade. The Fire Divine Palace Lord was the disciple of the Fire Emperor and was very strong himself. Even if all the other strong warriors joined hands, they would still not be able to take him down, not to mention that he still had the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword with him. So heavy. Haha, the divine blade is mine now. The Fire Divine Palace Lord laughed crazily, but he could not keep the divine blade into the storage magic treasure. He just felt that it was normal for him to not have a good storage magic treasure and not be able to keep the divine blade. Qin Xiang laughed coldly in his heart because the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword was still his. With just a thought, this divine blade would immediately return to him. This was the secret of the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Even if he wanted to give it to others, he might not be able to give it to them. The old city, Lord from the heaven, Sword City, glared at Luo Yitao. Because of Luo Yitao, he felt that Qin Xiang would not give them any benefits. The Fire Divine Palace Lord held the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword and stabbed it into a hole. Then he started to spin and finally open a door. After the door opened, everyone saw a wide hall. There were many black chairs, the floor and carpet were all black, and only the pearls hanging in the hall emitted white light. Everything else was pitch black, making it look extremely strange. This is the great hall of the evil emperor back then. An ancestor of our Xie clan had a meeting here with the evil emperor. The emperor's tomb should be under that chair. The Xie clan elder said, "Go sit in that chair." The old man from Xie clan pushed Qin Xiang. "Go sit in that chair." The old man from Xie clan pushed Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang now had no choice but to walk towards the black, gigantic chair in the hall. Stepping on the black carpet, he felt extremely soft, and traces of evil energy seeped into his body. The chair in front was placed on a high platform and required one to walk up the 81 steps to reach it. With every step Qin Xiang took, his heart secretly jumped, afraid that he would trigger some mechanism to kill him. They didn't even dare to go over there because this was something left behind by the evil emperor. It was extremely dangerous, and no one dared to try it with their own life. After the evil divine palace S took control of the evil divine palace, they became the palace of the evil emperor S. It's no longer as frightening as before, but it's still very easy to kill us. The Fire Divine Palace Lord said. Qin Xiang had already reached the 70th step. After hearing the Fire Divine Palace Lord's words, he understood what was going on. He was actually being controlled by the evil emperor, which meant that the evil emperor was a very powerful individual, but why would he have a tomb? After arriving at the top of the stage, Qin Xiang stood in front of the black-colored chair. Even though he did not have any aura, he gave off a kind of indescribable feeling of fear, as if it would end his life if he were to continue on. "Hurry up and do it," the elder from Xie clan said. He seemed to know something and urged Qin Xiang to sit down. Qin Xiang clenched his teeth and sat down. In that instant, the entire hall trembled violently, and Qin Xiang also felt the energy in his body wildly flow away, making him shocked that his own life force was also being quickly devoured. In the middle of the hall, a huge stone door suddenly rose from the ground. There were 2 holes on the door. One needed to insert a green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and the other was a heavenly evil sword. This kid just died like that. The old man from the devil-suppressing divine palace said in surprise. Everyone saw Qin Xiang retreating to the side. His face was covered with wrinkles, and he looked lifeless. It's a pity he still has many good things on him, especially that heaven-earth killing method. The Xie clan elder shook his head and sighed. "Let's go. As long as we enter the emperor's tomb, we will be safe. At that time, we can leave the emperor's tomb from the transmission array." The Xie clan elder took the heavenly evil sword and stabbed it into the stone door that appeared in the great hall. The stone door slowly opened on both sides and revealed a dimensional door. "I can't pull it out." The Fire Divine Palace Lord used a lot of strength, but the green dragon demon-slain broadsword seemed to be embedded inside that hole. The same goes for the heavenly evil sword. The Xie clan elder frowned. "Let's go in first. No one can come here." The Fire Divine Palace Lord looked at the divine blade reluctantly, sighed, and stepped into the SPAC gate. When everyone followed in, the door slowly closed, and Qin Xiang, who was seated on the black chair, suddenly opened his eyes. The withered muscles on his face slowly expanded, and in a few blinks of an eye, he returned to his original appearance. "This bunch of idiots." Qin Xiang cursed. Then, in a flash, Long Shui ran out from inside the ring and broke the rope on his body. You were almost finished this time. Long Shui chuckled. Can you undo the seal in my body? These guys really have some skills. Qin Xiang immediately ran to the door and took down Green Dragon, demon-slain broadsword-ess. When he was seated on the chair just now, he had felt his lifespan running out quickly. At that time, he had thought of a clever plan, which was to feign death and let Long Shui use his supernatural powers to seal a part of his lifespan, causing him to die of old age and deceive those people. And those people did not dare approach, fearing that they might end up like Qin Xiang. I need some time. Long Shui inspected his body, his expression heavy. The fastest is going to be a few days. I wonder if those guys will come out. Qin Xiang found a place in the main hall to hide and asked Long Shui to help him undo the seals. At that time when SPAC collapsed, Qin Xiang and the people from the Heaven Sword City had disappeared, and Duanming and the Region Lord had anxiously released their powers to protect everyone. They had always been shouting and shouting here, searching for Qin Xiang. However, when the people from those few forces stepped into the spatial gate, people who were beneath the 7 suns suddenly entered a green forest. When they sensed the dense, immortal qi and the refres, plussing air, everyone knew that they had left evil divine palace. However, they did not understand because they did not know why it was like that. My brother didn't come out. What's wrong with him? Lung Yulan was extremely worried. She looked around for Qin Xiang's figure. The fellow from Heaven Sword City is also not here. Long Huishan said in a low voice, the people from the Imperial Dragon Clan are also here, and they were not with us at the time. It seems that all the people trapped inside have all come out. The people from the Fire Divine Palace and the Devil Suppressing Divine Palace have also yet to come out. Yen Shan said, back then, when we met them, they did not appear here. What's going on? Long Huishan felt that there must be some sort of secret within. The Sacred Source Ancient Realms territory, Lord took a light breath. If my guess is not wrong, it should be them who captured Qin Xiang. Why did they want to capture Qin Xiang? Could it be because about the heavenly evil sword? Duanming suddenly thought of something, and the Xie clan did not appear, and the Xie clan had already arrived. The heavenly evil sword can open the ruins left behind by the evil emperor. If I'm not wrong, then the evil divine palace might have already been controlled by the evil emperor a long time ago. I heard that the old city lords and the first disciple of the fire emperor, as well as the ancestor of the Xie family and the old hall king of the devil-suppressing divine palace, were all dispatched here for this matter. Qin Xiang has been captured by these 4 old ghosts and is almost guaranteed to die. If they can enter the emperor's tomb and obtain the legacies left behind by the evil emperor, you should be clear about what will happen next. Go back and prepare well. All right. Dragon Emperor gave a cold snort, glanced at Lung Yulan, and quickly left with their dragon. The domain lord's tone was serious. Everyone should hurry back and make the arrangements. If they succeed, 9 days definitely won't be peaceful. Then what about my brother? Lung Yulan asked anxiously. The domain lord shook his head and then left with Yen Shan and the others. Yulan, that kid will be fine. Let's go back first. Long Huishan pulled Lung Yulan, but she did not expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Lung Yulan was worried. He nodded and looked around, then followed Long Huishan and the others. Duanming had already left a long time ago, and Lu Zhongyu and Song Ying had also realized that something big was going to happen soon. They hurriedly left to search for Lu Meng'er and Xue Xianxian, and then they returned to the human king immortal country. Someone had entered evil emperor's tomb chamber, so those trapped outside were also released, but Chen Xiang was still inside. He did not know what had happened, and even more so did not know what the people inside had obtained. Someone had entered evil emperor's tomb chamber, so those trapped outside were also released, but Chen Xiang was still inside. He did not know what had happened, and even more so, did not know what the people inside had obtained. Wait until the seal on my body is removed. Do you want to go in and take a look? There were several strong seals on Chen Xiang's body, sealing his Dantian and divine sense. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Let's see what happens in the next few days. Long Shui said. In a few days, the seal on Chen Xiang's body was released. At this time, he was carefully inspecting the hall, wanting to see if there was any way for him to enter the tomb. I wonder if they will be able to come back here. Chen Xiang looked at the place that originally had a huge door and felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He had come here with great difficulty to look for the evil emperor's mausoleum, but had instead been found by someone else in the end. There's movement. Long Shui suddenly shouted, and Chen Xiang immediately used his transformation technique, transforming into a small worm, hiding on top of the ceiling of the hall. The disturbance that Long Shui was talking about was a very strong spatial fluctuation. From above, Chen Xiang could see that on the black carpet below, a stone door was slowly rising. It was the stone door that had disappeared earlier. This made Chen Xiang somewhat unable to understand, because the stone door required heavenly evil swordess and green dragon demon-slain broadswordess to open. The two keys were currently on him. They must have obtained something from the tomb, so they can control this stone door. There are heavenly evil sword and green dragon demon-slain broadsword here. Even if they went out, they would think of ways to come back. Long Shui said. The SPAC gate shook for a moment, and then people started walking out, all of them being the people who entered earlier. The Fire Divine Palace Lord was full of smiles as he said, Fortunately, we can return. We should be able to take down the green dragon, demon-slain broadswordess, and spirit beasts now. Without them, we simply cannot open the black coffin in the evil emperor. Although we have obtained many good items and cultivation techniques, the strongest should be inside that jade coffin. For those top-grade immortal equipment and holy-level cultivation techniques we have obtained, compared to the reputation of the evil emperor, they are still too inferior. The old man from devil-suppressing divine palace said. Just as he finished speaking, he saw that the others' faces were strange, and then suddenly changed, because the green dragon demon-slain broadsword above the stone door and their faces disappeared. Chen Xiang, who had died an old death on the stage, had also disappeared. They were not stupid, and immediately guessed that Chen Xiang was not dead. They regretted not striking out with their palms, but they did not dare to do so. Chen Xiang should have already left. The seal in his body is still there. He definitely won't be able to make it out far. If we go out now, we might be able to catch him. The Xie clan elder said, When we entered the tomb, those people that were trapped outside should have left already. I wonder if Chen Xiang will meet them. We should hurry up and teleport out, capture Chen Xiang, and then enter to open the black coffin. Soon after, they hurriedly entered the SPAC gate. Right now, the stone door would not close either, unless they controlled it from the inside. Chen Xiang hid up there, waited for more than 2 hours, and then entered the spatial gate. Sing through the SPAC gate, he arrived at ASPAC stone room. The 4 walls were pitch black, and there were red light beads emitting an evil red glow at the top. There were many cabinets and chairs on the 4 walls, and they were all in a mess. The stone room was about 150 meters wide, and there should be a lot of things placed inside. Thinking of this, Chen Xiang was inwardly angry because he could have obtained these things originally. In the middle of the stone room, there was a very ordinary black coffin. It seemed like it was made out of wood, and on top of the black coffin was a huge pearl of red light. Chen Xiang looked behind him. The dimensional door was still open, so he anxiously walked over, inserting the green dragon demon-slain broadsword's handle and the heavenly evil sword's body through the 2 holes and closed the door, preventing them from entering. There's a transmission array over there. It should be able to be teleported out. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang looked towards a corner where a circular formation that emitted a faint white light was located. Because someone had used it just now, the condensed energy had not dissipated yet. I wonder what will be inside. Once I open it, I wonder if it will be dangerous in the future. Chun Xiang came to the side of the black coffin. There were 2 holes on the side of the coffin lid. One look, and one could tell that it required green dragon, demon-slain broadsword-s, and heavenly evil sword-s to open it. I don't think so. Those B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S. came here to mess things up, and they all lived quite well. There was a keyhole left behind for the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and the heavenly evil sword. So there must be something that they want to put S on. Long Shui urged her. Hurry up and open it to see. It might not only be evil emperor's things. There are also the things that evil emperor obtained from here after he took control of the evil divine palace. The existence of the evil divine palace was even more ancient than the strong warriors of this era in the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. The original appearance of the evil divine palace was not grand and grand. Instead, it was a little dilapidated. Its entire body was pitch black, and one of its palace was devoid of any life, lying tightly in a forest near the evil Dragon Mountain Range. When Chun Xiang closed the door, evil divine palace suddenly disappeared into thin air. After sensing the presence of the Xie clan, devil-suppressing divine palace, fire divine palace, and heaven sword city, he immediately used his fastest speed. He's gone. The old man from the Xie clan shouted. Someone must have closed that door, which was why the evil divine palace disappeared. So you're saying Chun Xiang is still inside? Fire divine palace Lord clenched his teeth and said, Not necessarily. Even if it's inside his body, evil divine palace shouldn't be able to disappear. The old man from the Xie clan took out a black disc and frowned. The evil divine palace has disappeared completely. We will know the location of the evil divine palace with this disc. Let's first look around and see if we can find Chun Xiang, since we have obtained a lot of things which can allow us to gain even more power, and when we go back and digest those things, we'll then contend for the position of 9th heaven. The fire divine palace, Lord said, even though they did not obtain the items inside the black coffin, the large amount of treasures inside the tomb was enough to satisfy these ancient experts. Chun Xiang stood by the side of the black coffin and was able to hear the conversation between the people outside. He was very curious about what the treasures in the coffin contained, to actually be able to give them so much confidence. The evil divine palace did not completely disappear. Instead, he floated in the air, becoming transparent. Quick, open it and take a look. You are in urgent need of increasing your strength right now. Long Shui urged. Chun Xiang did not hesitate anymore. He took out green dragon, demon-slain broadsword-s, placed them into the 2 holes, and only saw that the red light inside the tomb suddenly turned into white light, while the black coffin also became a white jade coffin. Chun Xiang looked around in shock. Originally, this was a terrifying tomb filled with bloody light. But now it looked so comfortable. The black coffin in front of him didn't look like a coffin, but more like a snow-white jade chest. Chun Xiang looked around in shock. Originally, this was a terrifying tomb filled with light, but now it looked so comfortable. The black coffin in front of him didn't look like a coffin, but more like a snow-white jade chest. He slowly opened the heavy lid, and what entered his sight was a golden liquid. The entire box was filled with these items. The pale golden liquid released waves after waves of light fog that salted his face. Chun Xiang only absorbed a bit of the light fog before he suddenly felt a large amount of innate qi entering his body. This is the holy elixir. Only emperor-level characters can condense this holy elixir. There's actually so much of it, it should be something left behind by the evil emperor. Long Shui was so excited that he ran out to grab the light golden liquid with his hands. How should I use it? Chun Xiang also touched it, his face changing greatly. His arm was in extreme pain because a large amount of energy was crazily surging into his body. His current body could not handle all of these things. The holy elixir of this chest. More than that, you should be able to convert all of the innate qi in your body into holy energy. If you were to cultivate normally, you would need to undergo the 9 transformations of the immortal becoming realm to fully transform into holy energy. Long Shui said excitedly. Chun Xiang was also excited. There's so much. If we want to completely absorb it, it will take a long time. Do you want to absorb it together with me? No need. I'll leave it for you. Sister Mei Yao and Sister Yu, you don't need it either. You have to become stronger quickly. Long Shui said, right now, I am only at the late period of human immortal. Once I completely refine it, I will be able to step into the realm of immortal kings. Will that affect me in the future? Chen Xiang did not dare touch the holy elixir again, as it was simply too dangerous. And Long Shui had just fished a few more times, but nothing had happened, showing just how strong her physical body was. There must be something else for you at the bottom of this jade box. Moreover, you don't have anything else that can contain this sacred liquid, unless you use the divine cauldron. Long Shui said, if you pour a little, it will immediately fuse with the world. This jade chest is specially made to contain this sacred liquid. There was a profound yang fire crow sealed inside the divine cauldron, so they definitely could not release it. Looks like I'll have to spend a lot of time here. Chun Xiang decided that he would never leave this place unless he absorbed this pool of sacred liquid. This holy elixir is extremely precious. It allows you to convert the innate qi into holy energy in advance. Long Shui said, after the immortal king realm is the immortal becoming realm. You will need to undergo 9 transformations before the immortal qi can be converted into saint force. Wouldn't that mean that I have completed the 9th cycle of the sacred transformation? Qin Xiang asked. No, in the process of the transformation into 9 cycles, you will still need to constantly increase the power within your body, and at that time, all you need to do is to strengthen your body while transforming your saint force into a higher form. Long Shui said excitedly, this way your starting point will be very high, and with the heaven-earth killing method and 4 symbols, divine weapons you control, you will definitely be very strong in the future. This holy elixir is much more precious than other things. Bai Yu said, anyways, you have time here, so why not train with the pills, cultivate with the heaven-earth killing method, and increase your divine soul? In addition, as long as the sacred animal Dan and the D-Eclipse powder were to be properly awakened, they could also become mid-grade heaven level S. As for the high-grade heaven level medicinal ingredients, he also had them, so he could cultivate in seclusion here for a long period of time. After that group of fellows leave, it'll definitely take a long time to digest the treasures they've obtained. Hopefully, you'll be able to make it up to that time. Su Meiyao said, I'll do my best. Chun Xiang extended his hand into the chest and soaked it in the pale golden liquid. Using his qi method, he absorbed and refined the power. The matter of the Xia family, Fire Divine Palace, Devil-Suppressing Divine Palace, and Heaven Sword City in the evil Dragon Mountain Range had already been found out by the higher-ups of many major forces. The big powers had arranged a few spies amongst the 4 great powers, and now they had received some information. The 4 great powers had truly obtained some things left behind by the evil emperor, and there were even a lot of them. But by doing so, they offended the Imperial Dragon Clan because it was their territory, and the Xia clan did not go to look for the Imperial Dragon Clan. Instead, they went to Devil-Suppressing Divine Palace and the Fire Divine Palace, and a dragon even died there. He used to have a good relations, HI+P with these 4 great forces. But after some probing, he realized that these 4 great forces did not have the intention to share the harvest with their friends, but instead wanted to control them, causing the other immortal country immortal palaces to clash with the 4 great forces. Inside one of the palaces in Human King Immortal Country, Wu Canghong's face was gloomy at the moment. The Human King Immortal Country was discussing how to deal with this situation. In this conference hall, all of the other palace masters were palace masters. Most of them were immortal kings. Amongst the 9 emperors, we only know that the Fire Emperor still exists and is in control of the Fire Divine Palace. But back then, the Fire Emperor was heavily injured by the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and has not recovered yet. Even now, he is not as strong as before, but in the 9 heavens, he is still a top-notch existence. This was what Wu Songhong was most worried about. If Fire Emperor did not stop us, the ones to suffer should be us immortal country, right? He will definitely exterminate or subdue the ones in charge of all of the mortal country, and then he will take action against those superpowers. Lu Zhongyu sighed. I don't know who will be able to stop him. Amongst the 9 emperors, his Ice Emperor had already been killed by Qin Xiang, and the whereabouts of the others are unknown. It's fortunate that the Ice Emperor died, otherwise we would be in an even more miserable state. Although we wouldn't tolerate each other's actions, these 2 emperors had done many embarrassing things. An old man said, Looks like I have to invite those old ancestors out and go discuss them with the other immortal countries, Wu Songhong said. In just a few short days, many rumors were causing panic among the people. This was because everyone felt as if a great battle was about to break out at any moment. It was just like the Great War from ancient times. However, there were also those who remained calm. They felt that this matter did not concern them at all. If they were to fight, it would be because of the great powers. There was no way that they would have a good show to watch. Qin Xiang had also disappeared during this period of time. Some of his friends were looking for him, but they couldn't find him. There were no clues, but they knew that he went missing in the evil divine palace. At first, Lu Meng'er was very worried about Qin Xiang, but after seeing Hua Xiangyue, she felt a lot more at ease. This was because Hua Xiangyue had a contract with Qin Xiang, so if Qin Xiang died, Hua Xiangyue would also die, but Hua Xiangyue was still fine now. Qin Xiang had already stayed in evil divine palace for 10 days. He tried to use his hands to dig out the bottom of the jade box, but he could not find anything. It did not seem to be anything, but he could feel some lines. He guessed it was spirit grain or something like that. Qin Xiang had already stayed in evil divine palace for 10 days. He tried to use his hands to dig out the bottom of the jade box, but he could not find anything. It did not seem to be anything, but he could feel some lines. He guessed it was spirit grain or something like that. Every time he absorbed the sacred liquid for a period of time, he would refine 1 or 2 mid-grade heaven-level pills using the G-O-D purification. Right now, he had extremely strong flames and divine soul, so he could use the G-O-D purification rather easily. It wasn't as difficult as before, but the consumption rate was still as fast, especially when using the Rainbow Heaven Fire. I need to refine more G-O-D Eclipse powder. This thing will work best with the drunk G-O-D magical poison. Qin Xiang said, wanting to use Creation Divine Liquid S to mature the broken soul tree. The older the broken soul tree, the higher the quality of the G-O-D Eclipse powder that was refined. No, I need to first refine a middle heaven level sacred animal Dan. Right now, I also need to raise my strength urgently. I have a bad premonition. Long Shui said very seriously. He wasn't as coquettish as before. All right, wait for me to successfully refine the manifestation pill. Qin Xiang said. Long Shui being able to raise his strength was a very important matter. Qin Xiang still had one thing that made him uneasy all day, and that was that Luo Yitao had an engagement with him, and the Luo family also had a very strong old city lord. If Luo Yitao lost to Leng Yulan that day, he would definitely hold a grudge, and adding to the fact that he was heavily injured by Qin Xiang with a punch earlier, he didn't know if Lu Zhongyu and his wife could suppress the Luo family and prevent Lu Meng'er from marrying Luo Yitao. You don't have to worry too much. The divine craftsman's descendants still have strength. Lu Meng'er's parents' master must be very strong. If not divine, Sword Palace would not be so respectful to them. Su Meiyao said, in our era, the descendant of the divine artisan was a legendary expert. Although they rarely came out to travel, their prestige always remained. If the Heaven Sword City wanted to fight against them, he would have to pay a heavy price. Bai Yu said, although they said it like that, Qin Xiang was still worried. He could only speed up his cultivation. As long as he was strong enough, he would be able to fight against the Heaven's Sword City. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had said. 100 years was just a blink of an eye period for 9 days. But in the eyes of many, this period of time was extremely important, especially after knowing that the 4 great powers had obtained the evil emperor's inheritance. Coupled with the fact that Ditian was slowly growing up, the rhythm of the 9 heavens was much faster. A great era was coming, and if one did not quickly possess strength in these 9 days, then one would be eliminated when the great era arrived. If one wanted to stand firm at that time, then they must work hard right now. Chun Xiang had been missing for 100 years, and in these 100 years there had been no news of him. There were rumors that he was killed by the 4 great forces in Evil Divine Palace, and Luo Yitao had often bragged about how he treated Qin Xiang that day. When Qin Xiang was in the Evil Divine Palace, he was indeed captured by the 4 great forces, but they didn't say anything about him escaping later on. Qin Xiang hadn't appeared for 100 years, and they truly believed that Qin Xiang died because with Qin Xiang's surname, as long as he was alive, it was impossible for him not to cause any big ruckus. Without Qin Xiang causing trouble, the 9 heavens were indeed much calmer than before. However, this tranquility was like before the arrival of a storm, brewing with torrential rains that could descend at any time. For example, Luo Yitao, ever since he came back from Evil Divine Palace, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he often challenged some young experts, and even He Feng was defeated by him. Now he had already become immortal king. He Feng and him became immortal kings at about the same time, so when the two fought with the strength of the immortal king, in the end He Feng still lost. Luo Yitao's achievements were plentiful. Everyone believed that the reason he had such strength was because he had obtained the evil emperor's inheritance, and other than that, the Xie clan Xie Kong was also doing the same. Currently, the 4 youngest immortal kings were all from the 4 great powers, and they all had the legacies of the evil empress. Luo Yitao frequently went to the Long family's immortal palace to challenge Leng Yulan, but Leng Yulan never came out to fight. Over time, everyone thought that Leng Yulan was afraid. After all, Luo Yitao was the immortal king, although Leng Yulan had defeated Luo Yitao before. If he did not defeat Leng Yulan within a day, the hatred in Luo Yitao's heart would not be eradicated. Ever since Qin Xiang went missing, Luo Yitao had replaced him and became the young man with the greatest reputation. Although the things he did were not as world-shaking as Qin Xiang, and he even relied on the Heaven's Sword City behind him, but everyone could not help but admit that strength was indeed strong, and now, even some old immortal kings did not dare to compete with him. However, on this day, a shocking piece of news spread out. The disciple of the divine artisan's descendant was actually going to be married to Luo Yitao. Many people knew that Lu Menger and Luo Yitao had enmity, and there were rumors that the divine artisan's descendant had gone to the Heaven's Sword City to discuss on how to rescind the engagement, but who knew that it would turn into a war and the divine artisan's descendant would lose in the end, so they could only agree. Holy Pellet Region, Long family's immortal palace, Xue Xianxian was in the Long family's huge mansion. When Leng Yulan, who was cultivating behind closed doors, heard that Xue Xianxian had arrived, he immediately rushed to the hall. "How is master?" Leng Yulan asked anxiously. She had also heard about the marriage between Lu Menger and Luo Yitao. A divine artisan descendant sent a few strong warriors to watch over elder sister Menger, preventing her from escaping. Furthermore, her parents were also closely watched by that divine artisan descendant. Xue Xianxian's face was filled with helplessness as he looked towards Long Huishan for help. "Big sister Long, we definitely cannot let elder sister Meng marry that be. ASTARD. With Yulan and my strength, we simply cannot stop him. Furthermore, when the time comes, Fire Divine Palace, Devil-Suppressing Divine Palace, and the Xie clan will help the Heaven Sword City. They have long wanted to make a move against us." Long Huishan frowned as he considered the pros and cons. "Big sister, elder sister Menger is my brother's woman. You have to take action," Leng Yulan said, revealing the relations. H-I plus P between Qinxiang and the two of them. What? Long Huishan was shocked as she looked at Xue Xianxian and Lin Yulan. Although she had known that Chen Xiang and Lu Menger were relatively close, she had not thought that it would develop to such an extent. Xue Xianxian nodded. When I was in Di Tian. In short, it's already very early. This little scoundrel has secretly helped my master many times, and he was the one who helped to create my master's fire soul. This brat, this is my master and my disciple. Long Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Xue Xianxian and Lu Ming. All right, looks like we can only fight. If it wasn't for this kid helping me back then, the current Long family wouldn't exist either. Long Huishan sighed. It's because of him that the other old dragons of the Ice Dragon bloodline have gathered together. And Wu Keiming were currently in the same hotel. Although a huge table of luxurious and expensive dishes were placed on the table, the two of them did not eat anything. They had already waited here for more than 2 hours, and Wu Keiming were currently in the same hotel. Although a huge table of luxurious and expensive dishes were placed on the table, the two of them did not eat anything. They had already waited here for more than 2 hours. Is that old lunatic playing with us on purpose? Or did he forget the time? He hasn't come for so long. Wu Keiming rubbed his bald head and said impatiently, Probably not. This time he looks very anxious. Gu Dongqin shook his head. They all knew that Huang Jintian called them over to stop Luo Yitao from marrying Lu Ming. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming both knew about the relations. H-I plus P between Qinxiang and Lu Menger. If Chen Xiang hadn't disappeared for so long, they definitely wouldn't have worried, because Chen Xiang himself would definitely be able to handle it. But at this crucial point, when Chen Xiang still hadn't appeared, Huang Jintian was already somewhat anxious. Huang Jintian came, wearing a bamboo hat, and disguised himself as a hunchbacked old man. After entering, he first cleaned up the dishes on the table, burped, and then said slowly, The two of you have grown up quite fast. Both of you are immortal kings, but you guys are too stingy. Don't call it a bigger table. Martial ancestor, we can order another table of food over right now. Gu Dongqin said with a smile. Huang Jintian did not find W.A. and Ji Weiquan and Xiao Profoundyun because they're relations. H-I plus P with Lu Zongyu was too good, and Qinxiang did not want them to know about his and Lu Menger's relations. H-I plus P. At this time, a person pushed open the door and walked in. It was a lady in a purple dress with an elegant figure. She took off her veil, revealing a beautiful and enchanting face. She was truly Hua Xiangyue. Master ancestor. Shouldn't you call master and mistress over? They are both very strong. If you ask, they will definitely agree. Said, in the hundreds of flowers immortal country, she had received Huang Jintian's notice and quickly rushed over. Huang Jintian shook his head. Wei Quan and Xianyin originally had a female child, and now there is an extra brat. We're not only fighting against the Heaven Sword City, there are also a few big powers, and they are currently a whole family. We cannot involve them because that female child and the brat have not grown up yet. As for us, we are all free and unconcerned. Even if we get into trouble, we will not drag our family down. We can slip away by ourselves. Hua Xiangyuan nodded his head. Master ancestor is right. Even though we are all already immortal kings, but when the time comes, we will not only be facing the Heaven Sword City. Maybe I will use the pills in my hands to recruit more helpers. No need, although Chen Xiang is missing. His group of little ghosts are still around. Although they are not immortal kings, if they are playing dirty, the immortal kings will all fall at their hands, and they have followed Duan Chong for so many years. And there's also the mysterious expert who asks, N.A.T.C. had the divine sword from you. Huang Jintian lowered her voice and said, That little girl Xianxian has already escaped divine artisan mountain villa and should be at the Ice Dragon family right now. Wu Keiming, Gu Dongqin, and Hua Xiangyue were all secretly surprised in their hearts. They never thought that the power to help Chen Xiang would be so robust. You, 3 brats at that time if you're ident. 1. Ties are exposed, you will immediately distance yourselves from your master and say that you joined the dragon subduing school. This way, it won't implicate your master's family. Huang Jintian warned. Gu Dongqin said, "Why do you say that we are joining the dragon subduing school?" Huang Jintian laughed. "What's wrong with joining the dragon subduing school? Qin Xiang is extremely rich. When Di Tian appears above the 9 heavens in the future, his dragon vein will be enough to make many big guys jealous, let alone those precious herbs he has." Wu Kaming sighed. "Looks like I have to leave the Wu family, but there's no other way. Right now, Human King Immortal Country does not dare to offend divine Artisan Mountain Villa, let alone the great powers like Heaven Sword City and Fire Divine Palace." Hua Shangyue angrily snorted. "This divine Artisan Mountain Villa is really something. It's fine if they don't stop him from marrying out, but they even trapped Meng Er. Even her parents are being watched by those people. What exactly did they eat wrong?" Wu Kaming and Gu Dongqin were also confused. They had only heard that the divine artisan's successor had lost to someone from the Heaven Sword City, so they had to keep their promise. "Master Ancestor, this is just as the rumors say. The descendants of the divine craftsman will lose to the Heaven Sword City." Gu Dongqin asked. In the eyes of Gu Dongqin and the other 2, Huang Jintian was an almighty existence whose strength was always unknown, and furthermore, it rarely lost out to them. "Nope," Huang Jintian snorted. "Looks like he knows the inside information as well. There are a few old fellows in the divine Artisan Mountain Villa who would only agree to marry Lu Menger because they covet some things in the Heaven Sword City. They exchanged Lu Menger for some very precious things, which were taken out by the Heaven Sword City from the Emperor's tomb. I don't know the specifics." Hua Shangyue frowned. "Although Menger's inherent skill is not bad, she isn't worth Heaven Sword City exchanging with such a precious thing, right?" Lu Menger now had the strength of an immortal king, and there were also many women who were better than Lu Menger. Just based on the temptation of the evil emperor's inheritance, it was possible for a few female immortal kings to marry into the Heaven Sword City's Luo family. "Lu Menger has one of the 4 symbols divine weapons S," Huang Jintian said in a low voice. "I heard that this thing had always been on Lu Menger's body and they were unable to take it off. Even so, Heaven Sword City still intends to first marry Lu Menger and then try to take it away." When Hua Xiangyue heard this, he was instantly enraged. "This bunch of B.A.S. T.A.R.D.S. This is a deal. What do they take Menger to be?" Wu Kaming said, "That Suzaku divine weapon can't even take it down from the divine Artisan Mountain Villa S?" Gu Dongqin said, "If we were to obtain it, they would not hand Lu Menger over to the evil emperor for some inheritance. I wonder what would happen if Junior Martial Uncle knew about this." Huang Jintian sneered. "If that brat knew, both Heaven Sword City and divine Artisan Mountain Villa would not have been spared. Although that brat isn't that strong. When it comes to tricks, even I am ashamed of myself and can't kill them." "That's enough. Now we'll go to the Long family and reunite with the others before discussing the process of the wedding." After Huang Jintian finished speaking, he added, "Help me pay the teleportation fees. I'm a little tight with money." Xue Xianxian had initially been imprisoned like Lu Menger, but now that they suddenly escaped, it caused the divine Artisan Mountain Villa to be cautious. But they thought that Xue Xianxian would not be able to create too much of a commotion. As for Chen Xiang, he was still in the evil divine palace, and he had to use 100 years to absorb and refine the box of sacred liquid.